Well, I'm going to call tonight's meeting of the Planning Commission to order. And we will have, the meeting is at 1500 Highway 2, Sanborn, Idaho, first floor conference room. And we will have the first item of business, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please rise, raise the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a new member of the Planning Commission with us tonight. We have Randy Stoltz. So Randy, raise your hand. There you go. And we'll have the roll call starting down with Debbie.
Trennan.
Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Mike Leda.
Commissioner Songstead.
Commissioner Linscott.
Commissioner Frankenbach.
Commissioner Stoltz.
Okay, so we have a quorum. We're all here. Any announcements? Okay, the next item is the approval of the consent calendar, which is the minutes of March 7th, 2023. Any objection to approval of those minutes? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. We'll move to the public hearing items. The first item is file number AM 0003-23, Bonner County Comprehensive Plan, Component Update, Public Airport Facilities. Bonner County Planning Commission is recommending an amendment to the existing Bonner County Comprehensive Plan by the addition of Public Airport Facilities component for Idaho Code Section 67-6508, Local Land Use Planning. And this component is being continued from February 21st, 2023. Do we have a staff report?
The staff report was presented the last time.
Okay.
So since then, the only comment at that time was that the Planning Commission wanted the Bonner County Airport manager to be notified of this request. The manager has reviewed this component and they came back with no comments. Other than that, I think that's all we have, really.
Okay, so this airport facilities component is being recommended to forward to the county commissioners. We've had several public hearings on this particular item, and it's a public hearing item tonight. So if anyone wants to address the public airport facilities, I don't think anybody's really here for that, but if there is, it's you're welcome to make comments. Well, this just records, doesn't really amplify.
I think he's turning that up.
I can share that.
Okay. All right, seeing nobody rise for public comments, we'll bring it back to the commission. Any comment, motions, action?
This is Commissioner Frankenbach. I'll make a motion. I move to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of this amendment to the Bonner County Comprehensive Plan, file AM 003-23, update to the population component and addition of the public airport facilities component, finding that it is in accord with the requirements of Idaho Code Section 67-6508 and the procedures set forth in Idaho Code Section 67-6509, as enumerated in the following findings of fact and conclusions of law, and based upon the evidence submitted up to the time the staff report was prepared and testimony received at this hearing. I further move to adopt the following findings of fact and conclusions of law as written. This action does not result in a taking of private property.
Is there a second?
I just wanted to clarify that the population component was adopted last time. It's only the public airports facilities that was continued today.
Okay.
So,
Consider my motion so amended.
yes, thank you.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Linscott, seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to go to the next public hearing item, which I'm sure is what most people are here for. And let me kind of go through some of the order of things for this hearing. We're going to state what the item is. We're going to have then a staff report, and we'll have the applicant will make his presentation. Then we will have public testify, and first supporters, then neutral, and then opposition. Everyone's going to have a chance to speak. We would just ask you that, no demonstration, clapping, and that sort of thing. And if you have comments that are the same as somebody else's, you can say the same or whatever, but we'd like you not to repeat it. We have had like 100 public comments. And believe me, I've read them all. I'm sure most of the commissioners have, probably all of them have. So, we understand what the positions are. So with that, we'll go to the item, and that is file AM 002-23, Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Hammond. The applicants are requesting a comprehensive plan amendment from rural as residential to neighborhood commercial on 11.8 acres. The project is located off Dufort Road and Bay Road in Section 1, Township 55 North, Range 4 West, Boise Meridian. You have a staff report?
Just 1 second. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Linsky, I just need to go ahead and
Oh,
disclose that I was on the zoning commission when this file was.
Yeah, are there any other disclosures or conflicts for this file? Okay, seeing none. Travis?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you to the public for showing up. This is great. This is a great turnout. We're here for the Hammond, the comp plan map amendment. So before I get into I'm a hand waving kind of guy. So before we get started, I kind of want to review Title 12, Subchapter 2.1, the difference between comp plan amendment and zone change. So a lot of public comments that we got were addressed for zone change. This is for the comp plan amendment. So just to clarify, Subchapter 2.1 in the Bonner County Revised Codes talks about title amendments, comprehensive plan amendments, and zone changes. So that's where this is all falls under. Kick the can down the road. So 12-216, evaluation of amendment proposals. Staff and the governing body shall review the particular facts and circumstances of each proposal submitted and shall determine whether there is adequate evidence that the proposal is in accordance with the general and specific objectives of the comprehensive plan. For zone change proposals, the request shall be evaluated against Chapter 12. So traditionally what happens is we do a comp plan map amendment. It goes to the Planning Commission, they make a recommendation, it goes to the Board of County Commissioners, and they approve or deny. When the comp plan map amendment gets approved, traditionally we allow for then the zone change. The zone change goes to the Zoning Commission, a recommendation by the Zoning Commission goes to the Board of County Commissioners. Pointing out that the comprehensive plan map amendment is a visionary document. It's for how we want to grow the community. It's not an application for development. The zone change, however, does contain land uses which are in the use tables in the code. So a zone change, by definition, is changing the uses on the property, and development is proposed with that. Within the zone change, when it does get to the Zoning Commission, they do have the right under Chapter 19 of Title 12 to ask for a development agreement. The development agreement then gets written up and then gets looked at by the applicants and the Board of County Commissioners, and they come to an agreement on what those conditions are. The development agreement limits those uses per that agreement. So just so we're clear on that. Where we were with this Hammond, we started at the zone change. When this initial zone change came in, staff at that time concluded that it did meet the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. I want everybody to know that the map itself is one component of the comprehensive plan. There's also the goals, objectives, and the policies. And so when it came here to the zoning commission, the ZC 12-22, so the zoning commission, they made their recommendation, and they made the recommendation, hey, we think there should be a development agreement with this. A development agreement was written up. It went to the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners decided to remand this zone change back to the planning department for the applicant to go through a comprehensive plan map amendment like we traditionally do. So, so this is where we are now. So I want everybody to understand that we're going through the comp plan, that the applicant will need to get approval for the comprehensive plan map amendment before they can even start this. So we're going to go through the traditional way, if that makes sense. All right, cool. All right. So the parcel in question is on the southwest corner of Dufert Road and Bay Road. So we can all kind of get a sense of where this is at. Site facts, currently the site is vacant. It's approximately 11 acres. It's zoned Rural 5. The access is Bay Road and Dufert Road. The services, according to the applicant, water is going to be a private individual well, septic, private individual septic tank. The fire is afforded Selkirk Fire. Power is Northern Lights School District. It's the Pondray School District 83. So this is rural residential to neighborhood commercial to pursue a zone change, like we talked about, so they can get to the zone change. So the property is in that yellow. It is overlain by the blue being the rural residential comp plan land use designation. You can see to the north there, there's resort community.
That's great.
And further down, that's Bay Road going to the south there, that bright green, correct me if I'm wrong, that's AF10, Ag Forest 10 comp plan land use designation. Outside agencies were routed February 27th of this year. You can see all of them in the box. The following agencies commented: IDWR, PhD, and IDEQ. All other agencies did not reply, or they replied no comment. At the time of putting this staff for this presentation together, there were over 100 public comments received. Comments were both in support and opposition for this file. So the standards of review, we talked about this, but Bonner County Revised Code, Chapter 12, Chapter 2, their procedures, Subchapter 2.1. Then in 12-216, the evaluation of the amendment. Staff from the governing body shall review the particular facts and circumstances of each proposal submitted and shall determine whether there is adequate evidence that the proposal is in accordance with the general and specific objectives of the comprehensive plan. That's why we're here, and that's hopefully what we're going to do. So the land use designations there at the top, we have the rural residential. The comprehensive land use designation, rural residential, provides for residential development in areas where urban services are not available. Slopes may vary up to 30%. These areas include hazard areas and critical wildlife habitats where lower densities reduce potential impacts to resources and exposures to loss of property or lives. Small scale agriculture uses of residential development are permitted. So that's currently the land use designation, and that's the definition. What they're proposing is neighborhood commercial, and that land use designation is designed to provide light commercial uses to serve the needs of the rural communities and tourist trade without adversely affecting residential neighborhoods. Urban services and primary transportation systems, such as a state highway or major minor collector roads, are required. That's the definition that they're wanting to go to, the neighborhood commercial. So when we compare this with the comprehensive plan, the goals and objectives, we look at all these. These are in the comp plan. I believe there's 14 of them. So with property rights, The goal is to protect property rights and enhance property values through conscientious land use planning that complies with state law relevant to all county land use actions. The objectives: private property should not be taken for public use without just compensation or due process of law. Impacts to other property should be taken into account when considering land use proposals, policies, and codes. When evaluating this, staff concluded the application was routed to 300 feet from the property line as code requires, informing neighbors of the proposed use. Bonner County has received letters in support and opposition from the neighbors and surrounding community. The property rights of the applicant and adjoining land owners will not be affected by this proposal, as state code allows private property owners in the same rights with or without this proposal, meaning that your property rights aren't being taken away. You have every right to apply for a comprehensive plan land use map amendment just as anybody else. For example, every property owner has the right to apply. Property values for the surrounding area may increase or decrease due to the adding of convenient services in the area, fumes and noise of the proposed gas station, and the potential for vehicles to congregate at the intersection at one time that may come with a recreational storage facility. So I took it a little bit further and said, at this time, it may or may not decrease or increase the value as we look into looking at the goal of property rights. It says protect property rights and enhance property values. The population component. Commissioners, does it help that I read this, or would you like me just to go straight to the staff?
I think you should read it.
Read the whole thing?
Well,
Okay.
I don't think we need to read it, but get the gist of it. But that's just.
What are you asking to read?
There's 14 of these, and just for time and
No,
the
just
public.
to your conclusion.
Okay, you got it. That's what. Okay. So in the population component, the goals and objectives, evaluating that, staff concluded Bonner County's population has been increasing. Changing the comprehensive land use designation from rural residential to neighborhood commercial could provide additional support to Bonner County's growing population needed related to services, storage, and housing. School facilities and transportation. The West Bonner County School District 83 was notified of the proposed comprehensive land use map amendment and did not comment as to how it would or would not adversely impact the district's ability to provide adequate school services and facilities for current and future students. Economic development. This proposal may encourage and support the local economic development and diversity, including the recreational activities in the area, by providing additional housing, neighborhood commercial, and boat storage services. The subject site is directly across from recreational zoning and lies within 1 mile of a marina and boat ramp. It is accessed by an existing network of Bonner County-owned and maintained roads. Impacts from the proposed neighborhood commercial services may occur by increased noise, light, glare, odor, fumes, and vibrations on the surrounding area. Again, this is looking at the goals and objectives and kind of dissecting that and analyzing that with the proposal. With land use, this proposal may enable the community to grow while retaining its rural character. The subject parcel is current vacant and adjacent to resort community and rural residential land use designations. The proposal is served by public and private services, including Selkirk Fire, Northern Lights, West Pend Oreille School District, and private individual water and septic. The nearest commercial and industrial land use is approximately 1 mile away. Additionally, the property will not adversely impact natural resources, as Bonner County Code requires that setbacks be met to all mapped environmental features that might be found on the property. For natural resources, the nearest body of water is the Pend Oreille River, approximately half a mile away. There are no mapped wetlands on the property, and the nearest mapped stream or perennial stream is Hoodoo Creek, approximately half a mile away. Any future development on the subject property will have little to no impact on natural resources such as lakes, waters, ag, lands, or forests, as Bonner County Code again requires that setbacks be met to all mapped environmental features that might be found on the property. In addition, the application was routed to the appropriate agencies for comment, and none of those agencies made objections to this proposal. For hazardous areas, there's no mapped floodways or excessive slopes greater than 15% on the property. The property is also afforded emergency services. For public services and facilities, the applicant currently is provided private individual services for water and sewer. The subject site is also adequately served by fire protection, road, schools, law enforcement, ambulance, power, and emergency services. Service providers were notified of this proposal No comments have been received. For transportation, the goals and objectives are there. We go to the staff. The subject site is accessed by and located on the corner of Beaufort Road and Bay Road. Both are existing Bonner County-owned and maintained roads. This proposal will serve the local residents in the rural community and is not anticipated to generate new traffic. I want to emphasize that no new traffic that we can to analyze, but providing the services and whether proposing the subject site is anticipated to increase the number of vehicles at the intersection, meaning that people are going to stay in the intersection because of the services, not that new traffic is going to come to that area. Bonner County Road and Bridge did not provide a comment at the time of the publishing of the staff report. I believe they did comment on the zone change though, but that's completely different. Recreation, the proposed comprehensive land use amendment will allow for continued recreational opportunities in the area by providing services to the by providing services related to recreational activities. Again, as we stated, Willow Bay Marina is across within 1 mile. Special areas or sites. The proposal anticipated to provide for diverse housing needed in Bonner County as the zoning allowed in the neighborhood commercial designation does support diverse housing opportunities and options. Community goal. The subject property lies between low and high density land uses. This makes it a little difficult when you're asking to go to neighborhood commercial, right? So it lies in between the resort community, the higher density, and the rural residential, the lower density. But the proposal, however, with what they're proposing, the proposal is similar in land use designation to the properties to the north that allow for higher densities and commercial-like uses for the resort community land use designation. In addition, a neighborhood commercial land use lies already within approximately 1 mile of the project site. Ag, the subject site is approximately 11 acres in site and not currently being cultivated. Again, that is in response to the goals and objectives of the ag, talking about large tracts of land and whether it's afforded, currently discourage fragmentation of large productive ag lands. So staff analysis, in the land use, we talked about this, and this is why I'm coming back to it, because of the current definition of rural residential. I broke it down into the main components, and over to the right-hand column there, urban services are not available, slopes may vary to 30%, contains hazardous areas, contains critical wildlife habitat, and lower densities reduce the potential impacts to resources and exposure to loss of property and life. And I did the same thing with the proposed the neighborhood commercial, pulling out things that I actually could analyze or at least put a finger on. And so if we take those 5 in the rural residential and we take those 3 in the neighborhood commercial and I analyze those for rural residential, and so I try to put it into a table there, urban services are not available. Well, 1 or more urban services are available as defined in Bonner County 12-821. We define urban services, and that's and so when rural residential says they're not available, there are some available, not all. Like we talked about, water and sewer are individual. However, as defined, hard surface roads and provided power, electric power, those are considered urban services under that Bonner County 12-821. Slopes may vary up to 30%. In my staff report, I made a mistake. It was red. When we talk about vary, it could be vary from 0 to 30. There are slopes between 0 and 30, so it's green. For contains hazardous areas, there are no hazardous areas on the site. That's red. Contains critical wildlife habitat. Again, there is no critical wildlife habitat identified. When we talk about lower densities, reduce potential impacts to resource and exposure to life. Yeah, you guys can't see my cursor. And exposure to lives of property or lives. This is a little bit more general, right? But the staff concluded that the rural residential comprehensive land use designation does allow for lower densities when compared to the other land use designations. So currently the subject site is approximately 11 acres and can go down to 5 acre minimums. So that is met. And small scale agriculture uses and residential development are permitted. Even though the land is not currently being cultivated and it's vacant, the subject site is currently, sorry, I already said that. However, but small-scale agricultural uses and residential development are viable. So those are met. So you can see kind of how breaking this down, I kind of came to my conclusion here on the analysis. So 3 of the 5 are met. When we talk about the neighborhood commercial, again, those 3, breaking it out, urban services available, 1 or more urban services are available. That's afforded, that's green. Allow for light commercial uses to serve the needs of the rural communities and tourist trade without affecting residential neighborhoods. Again, this one's a little bit more broad. The economic development objective, the comprehensive plan goal is to support and encourage economic development by supporting small businesses such as markets, restaurants, recreational activities, campgrounds, marinas, which support the resort residents and visitors in their local communities. This proposal would provide services to the nearby marina and resort residents. So I turn that green. That is correct. It does meet that. Primary transportation systems are afforded. Bay Road and Dufert Road are both paved, public, county maintained and owned roads. So that's met. So all the analysis for the comprehensive, for the neighborhood commercial look to be met. So with the finding of facts and the conclusion based on the components looked at, based on looking at the definition of the land use from the current to the proposed, staff concludes this proposal is consistent with Bonner County Revised Code. I'll take any questions the commissioners may have.
Any questions of staff at this time? So I guess we heard from the applicant. Thank you.
Is he on the desktop? You're the PC applicant's presentation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I also need to disclose, I see that Whiskey Rock Consulting is here. They'd done some work for my dad a year or 2 ago. So I probably should just
And this,
disclose
not in this project, though.
Oh, no.
Come on.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioners. Jeremy Grimm, for the record, owner of Whiskey Rock Planning. Thanks to the public for being here. Here to help Mr. Hammond and his wife on this comp plan map amendment with the intent to site a small nuclear power facility on the site. That's why we're all here, right? No, we're here because Mr. Hammond has been working on this for a long time, and we're here because he aspires to build a small convenience store and some boat storage on this site. We kind of approached this in what might seem like a roundabout manner, but I'll walk you through that. A lot of people might think we would come through this process first, which is the comp plan map amendment, and then the rezoning. But last summer, after visiting with the planning director at the time, we found some historical precedent in Bonner County for zone changes to come straight to the board and not amend a comprehensive plan map or future land use map. So I'll speak to that in just a minute. But as staff mentioned, here is the site on the corner of Bay and Dufert. And as they also mentioned, about 12 acres, zoned rural 5. It's vacant, 800 feet of frontage on Dufert, about 765 on Bay, and it is in the Selkirk Fire District. One of the main reasons Mr. Hammond is pursuing this is because being a resident of the area, he knows that it's quite a distance to any kind of small-scale commercial sundry or general store services or to get gas. It's about 12 miles to get to the Chevron if you go east, and about 9 miles to the west to get gas in Priest River. I wanted to just start by showing you a little something about the area. This is a really powerful tool called Esri Business Analyst, and it lets you draw a polygon anywhere in North America, and it will pull all sorts of Bureau of Labor statistic, census, tax, and related data from an area. So I just wanted to give us a snapshot of what actually exists in this area. And when you look at it, you might not know it, but there are 12 businesses in this polygon, 94 employees, 556 tax-claiming full-time residents. I would argue many more second homeowners. And that polygon represents about 14 square miles. So if you do the population density, that's about 40 people per square mile living in this polygon. And I just wanted to point out, if you look at the population density in Bonner County as a whole, it's about 27.2 persons per square mile. So I just want us to all realize that the area we're talking about is almost getting towards double the population density of other areas in Bonner County as a whole. If you haven't been out there, this is the subject parcel looking north on Bay. It's on the left here. This is at the intersection looking west, Dufert and Bay. East along Dufert, and looking north across the street, the crossings. If you're not familiar, the area includes 17 subdivisions highlighted here. The red star is the subject parcel. There are hundreds of homes within 1.5 miles of the site, including the crossings and Willow Bay Marina, a recreational facility. Although we're not really talking about zoning, I just wanted you to see the extent of the recreation zoning across the street. That's the red here. There is a bit of a precedent, and although there's not a lot of commercial neighborhood commercial in Bonner County, there are a few areas of it. For example, in the Blanchard area, you can see this red polka dotted is neighborhood commercial, and just like the subject parcel, it's abutting and surrounded by rural residential and resort community, almost an identical situation. You go up to Priest Lake, here again, we have neighborhood commercial abutting resort community and also abutting rural residential. So when you look throughout Bonner County, this is a pattern that we're seeing anywhere you've adopted the neighborhood commercial. And here over by Priest River, the pink dotted again, abutting rural residential, and in this case, the transition designation. So we do have some historical decision-making analysis that took place. For the record, and solely for the record, I'm referencing file ZC 345-11. And this was back in 2011. And this was a case where the applicant was asking for suburban zoning, even though the comp plan designation was rural residential. So in this case, the file was approved, and there was some great case law cited in it. By the way, I'm not an attorney. I'm a land use planner. But you'll see here, this is from that staff report, that the blue with the site was designated rural residential, and the county chose to rezone it to suburban without a comp plan map amendment. I only bring this up for historical reference. That's why we're at this kind of funky process where we've already done the zoning request that was unanimously approved by the zoning commission, but that's why we're here, is because there is this historical precedent for kind of moving past the comp plan amendment phase of this.
Jeremy, excuse me, where was that?
That's on Whisper Ridge, by the Red Barn.
Where?
The Red Barn going up to Schweitzer, Whisper Ridge. Yeah.
We'll
the base
have a
is
period where questions can be asked later when we get through the staff report.
But most notably,
Applicant's report.
in that staff report, it states that government bodies, as a matter of law, are not required to zone the land as it appears on the land use map. And that's important, and I'll get into this. The comprehensive plan map is only a subpart of the plan. There's a lot of language in code and in case law that talks about the rezone request and comp plan map request being consistent with the broad plan. And it's not one element, it's not just the map, it's not just the goals and the policy, but it's really for you as a body to determine whether the request is in accordance with the whole plan. I've stated many times, you may have heard me, that the lines on the map are a watercolor. They're fuzzy edges. I think we're in a situation where some people who may not have as much experience in land use and planning think that the comp plan map is a hard line defined zoning map. And just in case you don't believe me, I just wanted to pull some language from state code and then many other organizations and counties and cities across the country. But Title 6508 talks about the components of a comprehensive plan. And it talks about the plan with the maps that are based on components as they may apply to land and regulations and actions. And then it talks about the map under E, and it says that a map shall be prepared indicating suitable projected land uses for the jurisdiction. If you look up projected, projected is a estimate or a forecast, but it's not a certainty. You're making these maps with a fuzzy line, a watercolor, because it's an estimate. It's supposed to guide your decision making. When we look at the state of Washington, they talk about their maps, and they say their general distribution and general location of the extent of uses of land. They're not hard, bright lines. If we look at this community, Springfield, Oregon, they talk about their comp plan map, and they talk about it's a general land use type. It's a broad brush graphic depiction of projected land uses in major transportation corridors. In Lehigh City, Utah, the land use map is based on a broad brush approach in that, unlike the city's zone map, it does not precisely locate every land use to an individual parcel. Emphasis should be also given to the written policies for the land use decision making. So that's where they're pulling in. It's the goals, the policies. It's the map, but the map is a guidance document. In Pennsylvania, Scranton, Pennsylvania, they talk about it being a loose shirt, the map. It fits quite well, but there's wiggle room. It's drawn with a broader brush. When you look at Montgomery County, Maryland, they talk about the map being a guidance document, general in nature, a broad image of what you want to accomplish. And I'm just bringing this up because it's really important that you understand what we're talking about tonight. There is no bright line of where the differentiator between these comp plan map areas lies. In Wisconsin, they talk about being a broad brush look at the entire community. This is probably the best one I found. The plan should be used with a sense of flexibility. It's important not just to see if it matches the color on the map, but whether it also aligns with the goals and policies and strategies outlined in the comprehensive plan. It's painted with a pretty broad brush, okay? So I just wanted to set the stage to let you know that these lines you see on your future land use map, they are not bright fixed lines. It is essential that you have the discretion to react to what's happening in the economy, to interpret the goals of the plan, and to apply that. So when you look at Bonner County Revised Code 2216, the evaluation of proposals, you're looking at adequate evidence that it's in accord with the general and specific objectives of the plan. I would put forth that the neighborhood commercial is designed to provide light commercial uses to serve the needs of rural communities and the tourist trade. The subject parcel abuts a resort community designation and constitutes a substantial tourist trade by way of the marina and RV park and related offerings. The requested amendment is in accord with the objective of the plan for neighborhood commercial. We look at the land use matrix in the comp plan. The neighborhood commercial designation is stated as rural/commercial mix. So the request for a comp plan future land use map amendment to neighborhood commercial identifies both rural and commercial uses. To state that the neighborhood commercial is in conflict with rural uses is inaccurate and not supported by the language found in the comp plan, specifically chapter 6.5. And finally, rural character present in the immediate vicinity is higher density residential development than what rural residential would allow. As I mentioned before, there are 17 subdivisions and hundreds of smaller lots platted within 1.5 miles of this parcel, and the request is in keeping with the character of the area. So in Bonner County's comp plan, 6.1, chapter 6.3, it talks about that land use matrix categories. The proposed land use matrix below lists general uses and characteristics of the map's designation. Since the map covers 1.1 million acres, the map is general in nature. Okay, so it's not a bright line zoning map. We've already talked about the neighborhood commercial, staff included it. This is just the description from the comp plan. It's used to serve the needs of the rural communities and the tourist trade. This is the matrix from 6.5. This is the neighborhood commercial designation. You can see the density. And over on the far right, you can see the uses, rural, commercial, mix. This is the comp plan designation for the adjacent property. Staff included this. Again, I want to emphasize that this is a map prepared to project the land uses, and to project something is that it is predicted or estimated. Again, the neighborhood commercial. We have been approved unanimously by the zoning commission for Rural Service Center, October 20th, 2022. And that does contain a number of restrictions on the type and scale of commercial use. So in conclusion, the subject property sits adjacent to a large resort community and a comp plan map recreation zoned area. The requested map amendment will not induce traffic, rather it will serve residents in the area, potentially reducing traffic and trips to other service areas such as Priest River and over on Highway 95. Many residents in the area support the request, clearly many don't. The characteristic of this corridor in the vicinity of the subject parcel supports rural services. The staff report analysis confirms compliance with the general and specific objectives of the comp plan, and we concur with that analysis. And the future land use map and related designations are intended to be broad brush and general in nature. With that, commissioners, I appreciate your time and your ears, and I'd entertain any questions at this time.
Are there any questions of either staff or the applicant?
I have a question concerning a comment you made regarding population. You said that throughout the county, the average population, I believe, is 27.2.
Mm-hmm.
How much of the county is not able to be occupied by people, i.e. under the federal control, state control. Therefore, what percentage of the county can be occupied? I think it was around 20% is being occupied.
It's about 40% of the county that is occupiable by parcels or land. But then I'm guessing the statistics that were shown here, they would be based on the same area of land either way. Whether you take only the area that is occupied by Warner County or the areas that include federal lands as well as state lands.
My point is the number that was given was population per square mile of Bonner County or by some area
That's
space,
correct.
but a lot of that area is not able to be occupied. So it would actually, and then you said in this area, the development is around 40 per square mile. So I think those numbers probably need to be, or I don't know if it's an issue.
An asterisk.
Presentation, an asterisk, because it would probably be much higher density in the
Yeah, if you deducted
occupiable
deducted
areas
the
of
federal
Bonner
land.
County.
Yeah, I was,
As well as Lake Ponderay.
the purpose of that is just to provide you context and everyone here context of what our densities and the density of the immediate area are there.
And my last question is, so the entire area that's being proposed is about 11 acres. This initial development that you're talking about, how much of that area is going to be utilized?
So it would be about 11 acres.
You're going to have 11 acres of storage units?
No, we don't know what the final development of this property will be. The initial
Keep your.
Yeah, we'll have
desire
a chance to speak
of
later.
Mr. Hammond is to build a convenience store and boat storage.
So initially, how much area would be occupied? 4, okay.
4 acres, is that correct, Mr. Hammond? 4 acres.
Thank you.
I have a question, Jeremy. The staff says that the urban services requirement is met because one or more of the items that are in the definition of urban services are, do you agree with that? That it's either or? I mean, it's or rather than and?
I defer to staff on these. I just try to understand what the rules are and advise my clients if the proposal meets the rules. That's how the county has historically applied that definition. So I don't really have an opinion other than historical precedent. And I just try to follow the rules as they're laid out.
Okay, any other questions of staff or, yeah, Matt?
I do. When you're discussing about how much of that 11 acres is going to be developed, the zone change to the neighborhood commercial, is that still subject to the 35% max impervious surface? It is. So 35% max of 11 acres can be created for an impervious surface. So I don't know if that helps
Impervious
answer.
surface, it'd be like structured development.
Yeah.
Don't look at impervious surface and so it would adhere to any other commercial development standards in the chapter.
Okay. So the whole thing is not going to be. No. The other question is there a well on the property right now?
It's not, there's no well servicing or drilled on the property at this time.
Okay.
Any other questions? Don?
So Jeremy, this point well taken about what the comprehensive plan does, the broad brush approach. What we've discussed many times during these map amendments is we throw out the broad brush and use a stylus. We go right down to the property lines to make a map designation. That, at least that's a disconnect. Because now we're talking about a parcel. And this parcel should now have a new land use designation under the comp plan, where everybody, of course, it's broad brush, you have to. The other part is when the comp plan is, that's when the comp plan update right now. And we're very soon going to be in the land use component, where we're going to be looking at areas, essentially getting 2 land use designations and putting them on the map. Our dilemma is, how far do we look beyond underneath the broad brush to get down to, well, does this parcel fit that description, that designation? Does this parcel? Does the area? And you have to come back to the area meets or doesn't meet, rather than a parcel. Because there's no way, one, that you could physically say, take every parcel and say, does it meet? So the explanation of that over time has been, well, now we do get to look at a parcel through a land use application, because that's what people own. People generally don't own an area, they own a parcel. So you work with that, but help us with the dilemma.
Yeah. So if I were your planning director shepherding this comp plan, I would advise strongly against having bright lines. This is an example of your future land use map. I would make these, you've seen, well, I use the term watercolor, but these areas bleed into one another. So it's the general guidance of what the people want to happen in these areas, or what they anticipate and expect to happen. And then once sites become involved in a change or a rezone or a comp plan amendment in these areas, then you look at the characteristics of the site. So in this case, I would say the characteristics are that it's adjacent to abutting a resort.
Well, Jeremy, it's abutting a residential resort community, right? How many residences are actually in that Willow development?
I would have to defer, Shantino.
82.
82, Mr. Hammond says.
That other map that showed.
And what about there's a development to the west of it?
The crossings, I believe, or?
Is that what I don't know what it is. How many are in that? Do we know?
Do you know?
I've got the parcel map up behind you, showing the subdivisions in color, but I have not studied every subdivision.
Do you know if the green dots are?
Those are addresses.
Residences?
Those are addresses, yes.
So there's addresses, so that means there's a residence on there.
I was going to ask, is it just a parcel, or does it actually have a home on it? Because I know
Those
that
have
area I don't
addresses,
think
so
is
they're-
built out.
It's my understanding that to have an address, it has a residence, but I defer to staff.
Generally,
Yeah, because not all those parcels have dots on them.
right,
Right.
not all of them do. I mean, you can look right there, you can spot the ones that don't.
Okay,
But
Mike,
that-
I have a question for staff. The marina, the resort, I've not seen them, but how are they currently zoned? What zoning designation are they in?
It's all recreation.
Okay, so that has been allowed.
Marinas are allowed in recreation under a conditional use permit or a PUD, and I believe this area was permitted all under PUD.
Okay.
Probably included, but I don't know for sure exactly what that.
Okay, thank you.
So also, does the recreation zone conditionally allow a commercial site?
It allows a number of commercial uses.
That's what I thought. So it's just for this particular type of use proposed here specifically, there was never one included in any of the recreational zone subdivisions or.
so I guess to follow up on that, does that mean that across the street, they could put a gas station?
My understanding is it would be a conditional use, or they'd have to modify their planned unit development.
That's a yes.
Okay, any other questions of staff or? Yeah.
Would this still require a conditional use permit to do?
To put in a gas station
Right.
or boat storage?
Right.
Boat storage is a conditional use permit. I defer to staff on the general store. I don't recall right now if that's
It's permitted.
permitted.
It's permitted.
But there are scale and
Boat storage
sizes.
would need a conditional use permit, but a store would not?
Correct.
And I have another little question. The slide that showed it, to me, it looked like the entrance to a subdivision or something. Is that right across the street from the
It's
lot?
due north of the subject parcel,
Approximate distance?
Right there.
right here.
So it's northwest.
Okay, any
So
other
it's
questions?
across- It's across that road.
Any other
That's
questions? We got a lot of
across the
people who like to speak, so any other questions?
Yes.
Okay, seeing none, thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy.
All right, and following our procedure, we'll have a testimony from the public, from supporters of the project. Raise your hand, come forward, state your name. Go ahead, come up here.
Alan, you can hold them.
What?
3-minute
Within reason.
We have somebody that's in support. If we do, come up to the microphone here and state your name, because it's recorded. Okay? Nobody wants to come, so we'll go to anybody that's neutral. Are you neutral?
No, I'm supporting.
Okay, well, come on. We're going to try to keep these comments at 3 minutes.
It'll be much shorter than that.
Okay, fine.
Submitted a letter in support as well. Regular user at Willow Bay and.
State your name, please.
My name is Barry Walker.
Please
And-
stop so we can hear.
So, spent several summers at Willow Bay and I'm very familiar with the area and live in Sagal. And it seems to me that it makes sense to put something like this right in between these two areas. I mean, for that simple reason.
Okay.
I would support it.
Thank you. All right, let's see. We've got somebody else that was for Lori. Is Lori here? Okay,
Yes, I'm here. I live right across.
come up here, please.
Explain about the recording. We have to be on the.
Yes, my name is Lori Levering. I live across the street in the crossing, and I do believe that that area would be conducive to have a convenience store. It would certainly impact less traveling from people in that area to either have to travel to Siegel out on 95 or to Priest River. So it would impact less travel. Certainly, if people were to buy gas at the marina, anybody that has a boat here knows that if you buy gas at a marina, what are the prices at the gas pump there? Not that you want to buy gas at the marina. So certainly that would help. And certainly when roads are bad and people are using plow equipment and snow and everything, good stuff like that, having a gas station across the way certainly would create less people driving on the roads and possibly causing accidents during snowy and icy conditions. So would the convenience help? Yes, it would. Also having a mom and pop store, like a general store, is nice to have a small convenience. I know in the past, everybody brings up about how great the Bay store is. Well, the Bay store really does not have that much. So certainly something like this would enhance, I believe, the community. So I'm a proponent of it. Not a proponent. I'm in support of it. I had a house, a second home in Vermont, and there was many such little general stores in the area, and they were a great convenience. So please, everybody, I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Kim Perez. You don't have to come up, but if you want to.
I don't have to come up.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to speak, then you need to come up to the microphone because we're recording everything. And, we can't pick up somebody in the back of the room. So looks like there's another person, Rick Jacobson, in support of it.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Jacobson. I live at Willow Bay Crossing, right across our proposed usage plan for Cameron. I would just like to state that being a resident of Willow Bay, there's been lots of opposing comments based on lights over at the service station causing inconvenience. And I don't believe that there's a house in the direct line of where a light would be that would cause any problems. The housings are pretty much back in the community, so they're not right on the road. Also, I think just having a convenience store and service station in the area would be convenient for all of us, so we don't have to travel in the snow and where this thing is to go to Priest River or Sterling or wherever. So And I would just like to sidebar is that there's lots of opposing signs in the area right now that are kind of in your face when you come around the corner. And I think having a store would be less in the face than having a bunch of signs across the road. And I would hope that the people that put the signs up would be as energetic about taking the signs down as they were putting them. Thank you.
Sure. I have a Deb Jacobson here too. Do you have any comments that is it your husband that just spoke?
Yes,
Okay,
but I'm the better half.
all right.
Hi, I'm Deb Jacobson, and I live with my husband, Greg. The convenience store would be nice. It would be nice if we can all come together. I know changes are hard. You buy and have one thing, but changes happen. We lived in a very rural area before coming here, and it was hard when new places came in. But so many new cases, things change. They're not always going to stay the same. And I appreciate everybody who came in. I think that all of us getting along is more important than anything. And it would be nice to have both stores. We didn't have to take our vote so far away. But thank you for the team, and thank you for everybody showing up, and thank you guys for all of this.
Thank you. Let's see. Larry Amundson? You want to speak? Okay. You're not required to. Okay, and I think we had one neutral here. I don't know where was that you? I think it was you, Tommy. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we've got quite a few that wish to speak in opposition. So again, we'd ask you to keep in mind a couple things. 1, 3 minutes, and 2, if you're going to say the same thing that somebody else did, we understand it. You don't have to hit us over the head multiple times. So, yes, sir, you want to speak?
Well, real quick, Alan, I emailed you a list of the order that there's a group of us that want to speak in that order.
Oh, in that order?
Do you need a copy of that?
Yeah, would you?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the first one on the list here is Diana Bynum. And state your name for the record.
Yeah, I'm Diana Bynum. And first I want to thank you all for listening to everybody and taking all your statements into consideration. I want to talk about the property that's included in this comprehensive map amendment that you're considering. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My property is close proximity, and this change would greatly impact my rural landscape and lifestyle. No one from the planning department, no one from that started this whole thing came to talk to me or any of our other neighbors. They just decided to do it. And in the old days, I needed to get together and decide, is this a good thing? Would you guys like to have something like this in our neighborhood? So the first thing I heard about it was that there was going to be a meeting a couple months ago. My parents moved my brother and I to this property when I was 3 years old. I'm 63 years old, and I'm still here. I grew up on the farm, and at one time we had 165 acres. That piece was included. 65 acres of it were sectioned off to 5 and 10 acre parcels that my father sold to families to use for their homes and for agriculture. We used the remaining 100 acres of this prime agricultural land very well. We raised cattle for beef, cows to sell milk, we ate for local purchase, and we raised horses. My older brother led a difficult life at times. However, before my father passed away, he asked me as the executor of his estate to give the corner piece of land to my brother if he was able to turn his life around. I honored my father's wishes and we gave my brother the land and the corner piece that we're talking about. The remaining land is owned by myself and my deceased father's heirs. Now remember, I'm just right down the road from here. I talked with Mr. Hammond a few times. Once he contacted me for help in asking my brother to lower the prices of that parcel. I told him I didn't think I could talk my brother into doing it. I asked him what he was going to do with the property, and he said he was going to build a home for his wife and one for his daughter. Leo sold the land to Mr. Hammond in 2022. I do not feel I can trust Mr. Hammond anymore, as he lied to me about what he wanted to do with the land. There are so many ways this amendment does not support the comprehensive plan. There is a long history of agricultural use, and my future plans are to return to farming of the remainder of my 90 acres. Cooper Road has always separated myself and my neighbors from recreational use along the river. It should remain that way. No one from planning department has contacted me asking if I would be impacted, but I'm very concerned about more with traffic, trash, people hanging out, trespassing on my property, and water quality. My property is more valuable to me than any other asset.
Can you kind of move it along a little bit?
Commercial development in smaller lots would not be good news for my property value and does not represent the rural character of myself and neighbors cherish. I recommend you deny the comprehensive map amendment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
On the map there, could you point out where you are?
Yeah.
Or maybe over there.
Whichever one.
Easier.
Right, I'm from here all the way to this.
So that cleared, the big cleared
I
lot,
know all this.
cleared and the forested lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's from Homeover all the way down. It's all.
And that shape, that colored parcels, the parcel was sold
This is a piece of my brother's sold to him after I did it.
in 2022.
Yeah, in like 3 months after I did it, he sold the property.
Okay.
Is the cleared area there, is that cultivated?
This is our fields. This is what I'm gonna start. I was planted back into hay again. This is my home right here. This is a separate 10 acres, but this 79 acres is the other piece of land.
Okay, thank you.
Between you and the proposed piece?
Holmes Road,
Did you used to own that too?
yes,
You sold that off?
yes. And we
When did
also-
you sell that off?
This here was sold off in 94.
Okay.
This here all was our street. We owned all the way to the year.
And you sold all that in the 90s?
No, this we sold in the 70s.
Okay.
All right, next one on the list is Karen Kelly. Can we ask you to try to keep it to 3 minutes if you can?
I'm a little
Okay.
nervous. My name is Karen Kelly, and I reside at 83 Waterfront Drive. Thank you for your service and opportunity to speak. I oppose a comprehensive plan map amendment to neighborhood commercial. What we know of today is the Hoodoo Creek Cafe and Bay Store began as a church in the 1950s. In the 80s, it became Suds, offering point-operated laundry and showers to residents in the Hoodoo Valley, and a commercial business has existed there ever since. My husband and I purchased the store in 2004, and our business supported local residents year-round and tourists while honoring the rural nature of Bonner County. A fire destroyed the building in March of 2018, and Eric and Andrea McMillan rebuilt and continue to serve the rural community and tourists today. Learning our property was zoned agriculture, it created a risk to our investment. If destroyed, we could not rebuild. Therefore, I worked with Bonner County Planning to change the zoning to a rural service center, as Bonner County was in the process of updating their comprehensive plan. Planning Director Claire Marley advised me that the planning department would consider a zone change, but they would not allow a spot zone just for our property. The zoning change was necessary to recognize the years of established business. It provided local employment, water services, and was heartily endorsed by the residents. The Bonner County Commissioners fully were aware of the crossings at the Willow Bay development. They were going on at the time, but they decided to create a large 25-acre rural service center with the adoption of the comprehensive plan, looking to the future. Since the zoning change, all parcels in the 25-acre rural service center have been resold. None of the new owners have pursued commercial enterprises, but the opportunity exists. amending the comprehensive map to a neighborhood commercial for a second rural service center 1 mile down the road. We don't need that brush on the comprehensive map. It's not needed. Today, you're considering a significant change with both short and long-term impacts to my rural neighborhood. I did review the electronic file of your public comments and noted 135 residents were voicing opposition, with 6 in favor. Myself and our neighbors chose to live in the current comprehensive map designation and do not want to see it harmed by a change to neighborhood commercial. This hearing is the public's only chance to speak. Commercial creep is not wanted. Please don't make a decision that doesn't comply with the plan. I recommend denial, and those ends.
Ma'am, where is the 25 acres that you referred to as neighborhood commercial?
It was on one of the,
1 mile up the road,
on one of Jeremy's slides, it was there, he didn't mention it.
3/4 of a mile,
It shows. it's
That's not 25 acres, though.
South on Bay.
25 acres. It's the store, everything, we had it. We had it. But it is.
Okay, thank you. So you're talking about
How
the
about
Bay
that
store?
map over there?
Keep going, keep going.
It's not showing.
No, keep going.
There it is.
There it is.
So
So it's all that.
Right where
it
That big,
includes
almost
here,
rectangle, right?
I guess if this is the store, it's the property behind, around, to the left.
Right.
And it adds up.
There it is, there it is. So it was bigger than one parcel.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think they were planning ahead.
Yes.
Jake, I don't know, in the staff presentation, was it explained or is everyone clarified? Or could you clarify quickly, repeat, maybe for me, the process here, that this is the planning commission, then it's a recommendation? Process
So-
here.
Yes, this is the first of what would be potentially 4 hearings, right? So this commission would give a recommendation to the board, which would hold a separate hearing, a second hearing, in which they'd make a decision to approve, deny. So the community, the folks here, anybody that want to provide extra comment, there'll be another hearing with the board sometime in the next month. Yeah, I don't think we've picked a specific date yet, usually after this hearing.
And the Board of County Commissioners is the final decision-making body.
Correct. So if that gets approved, well, I'm not sure what happens after that meeting when it comes to the zone change. And if the applicants want to pursue the zone change, because they haven't had a final decision on that. Essentially, the zone change was applied for previously. That decision at that hearing from the board was a remand to do this, a comprehensive plan map change, and to modify the development agreement.
So succinctly, this is not the last opportunity for the
No.
public to follow this and comment.
Not at all.
Okay. The beginning.
Oh, it's April 12th, currently scheduled with the board. And that would be a 1:30 on a Wednesday.
Okay, I've got,
Can I request a 5-minute recess, please? For personal convenience.
sure. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
Is it warm in here to anybody else?
Because there's 100 people in here.
And you're wearing shorts.
It's over 40.
Easy peasy. Eat it out.
Should.
Good job.
This,
I had a hearing one time as a commissioner with about 300 people. They brought signs in. They were, this side was opposed
Next one I have is Ricard, but he's donated his time to Karen, I guess. So Lisa?
Chair, hold on. I want to make sure we're on.
All right. Next one on the list was Ricard, but he donated his time. So we go to Lisa Seiler Durkin. Lisa?
Did you say Rick Kelly? Yes.
No. Oh, Ricard, yeah. Rick Kelly. It says on the list here, it says you donated your time, so I don't know what that means, but.
My name is Rick Kelly, and I do oppose this, and I want to donate my time to Susan Goldman.
Okay. So then we'll go to Lisa.
Yes. Thank you for hearing us today. Thank you for your time that you donate to us on the Planning Commission here. My name is Lisa Seiler Durkin. Thank you for pronouncing Seiler correctly. And I live at 4206 Bay Road. My property sits within the aforementioned 25 acres that is next to the Hoodoo Creek Cafe and Market. And I have a small farm there, which I have goats, chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, and some peacocks. And one of the things that I want to come out of the defense of is to say that I think that the Duford Road needs to be kept as a boundary, and that the little commercial zone there needs to be left alone. There was all three, as Karen pointed out, all three of the properties have changed hands since 2020. But that's not where the Hammond project has been suggested. It's been suggested up here where there's not a zone supporting that. And the wet side of Duford Road makes sense for higher density, but our side does not. And the importance of that cafe to our valley, when Kelly's got it rezoned on purpose in case it did burn down, and that must have been providential because that is what ended up happening. And then the McMillans went and bought the property specifically to rebuild because they said this valley needs that cafe. Right after they built, COVID hit. COVID wiped out a lot of established little restaurants and stores that have been around for generations, and arguably that spot's been a gathering place of the valley for generations, but it's stuck because the valley does need that store. And as a matter of fact, every Saturday morning, there's a big long farmhouse table of longtime residents and new residents alike getting together, sharing how many of you know me because of that store? And so that's like half the room. And so it's important, I think, to preserve something like that, because this could be a change that causes Main Street to get bypassed by a traffic change and long-time things that make up the core and the fabric of a neighborhood to dry up. And I think shame on us if we allow something like that to happen. And also Duford Road is on the US 10 bicycle trails. And because it's a rural road, because it's not as busy, it allows bicyclists to get off US 2 and go down Duford and then connect back up across 95 to the rail trail. And if there was something there that caused even more congestion there, I think you can pose a hazard to the cyclists. The reason why they take it is because it's a lot quieter to go down that direction. And so I'm not in favor of fuzzy lines on this issue, because I think Duford makes an excellent boundary. And the other thing we're concerned about as residents, where's my ticker anyways?
You have 18 seconds.
I have 18 seconds. So we're concerned about is commercial creep, so I'm doing pretty good. And we, for that reason, strongly recommend that you guys deny this amendment.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll go to Maureen Patterson.
So I'm gonna turn this around. I'm sorry, you guys. We're still trying to figure out why.
IT made some enhancements. Do I need to say any more?
Good Why don't you put it over here, Travis, so they can see it?
I don't think it's gonna reach.
Oh, there it is.
You made it
Got
work?
Go ahead, man.
I'm not gonna touch it now.
I just want to thank everybody on the phone because this is a voluntary and really appreciate that.
Because Jeremy had brought up historical situations, just real fast, I wanted to mention that a year ago, Jake Abel had also given me 2 case laws. And the 2 case laws in reference to this, he stated one was Balzer in Kootenai County, Kootenai County Board of Commissioners. And in that case law, they upheld their comprehensive plan and did not allow a precedent. And then the second one was Ferguson and Board of County Commissioners in Ada County. Once again, they upheld their comprehensive plan and said it was not in compliance with the Ada County comprehensive plan. And I know that you probably already know this, but in comprehensive plans, they often have demarcation areas. And the recreation zone north of Duford Road itself is an arterial. It is demarcation because all along Duford on the south, all the way from 95 to Priest River, is only rural agricultural forest. Okay, and so this would completely change comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan map, and it would set a precedent. And in 2008, when the comprehensive plan and the map was completed, it was done with a lot of diligence and work, as I'm sure you know, the work involved. But Seattle even admired the comprehensive plan map. So, and the recent sub-area planning committee reinforced the need to preserve these rural areas. So this is against the comprehensive plan map and would set a precedent that could change this map drastically, and fundamentally change the character of this area. I also wanted to note in the narrative that the Hammonds submitted on page 6, it said, no noticeable impact to neighbors. If this map change amendment, as stated in their application, would be in the community's interest, it's already available less than a mile, as they were talking about the big store. Where were the Hammonds when parcels in this rural service zone were up for sale? As you can see, this amendment is in the interest of the Hammonds only, not the current surrounding residents. The Hammonds bought this property knowing it was zoned Rural 5. Please recommend denial of the Hammond application. And if I have any other time, if it could be Susan Bowman.
Doug Patterson?
I just have one quick question, maybe
Sure.
for staff. Maureen mentioned that everything south of there is only
Yeah.
rural and reg, but I think, I'm colorblind, but isn't that on the corner down there on Bay Road?
That's a parcel in question.
That's a parcel in question.
No, south of that.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the
Yeah,
story.
she was talking
I don't
about
think
Bay
that's,
Store.
I don't think that's, I interpreted it as everything adjacent
Adjacent
to Duford, south of Duford
And it's
is,
I don't think that's accurate either.
rural residential.
I think it is.
And forest.
As you get closer to Priest River, I think that's not accurate. Mr. Patterson?
Thank you. First, I want to thank you for your service, your voluntary service, and thank you for listening.
State your name, please.
So, my name is, for the record, my name is Doug Patterson, and I live down the way from over in the valley, not left. So the application that was put out, it has what clearly to all of us at this point is an error where they said that they said there was a huge demand from the neighbors in the area that there be more services available. And I certainly agree that you can't tell right from wrong by counting noses, but there was over 500 people that filled out a petition that wasn't accepted to oppose this. To give you some idea versus the 6 people that supported it. That's, when you change this, you're setting a precedent that will affect the whole area. And this is
we're opposing this because it's a change for the way the whole thing is laid out now. I would also add that this is virtually the definition of spot zoning. You have a change you're about to make to benefit one property owner or property owner set, and that by itself, and therefore that is spot zoning. I would also mention that if you look at the map that they provided on that, they've already set up to, even with where they're going to have the boat storage, that's all subdivided into 1 acre plots. So there'll be 10 1 acre plots on an 11 acre place. And that's already set up on the map. So I would donate the rest of my time to Susan Bowman. Thanks.
Okay. All right, Diane Badowski?
For the record, my name is Diane Badowski. Good afternoon. I'm a member of this rural neighborhood, and our pronouns are we and our. We stand united as residents who live in the affected area, and our concerns should be taken into account. Thank you again, Board, for your volunteer service. My husband and I moved here from a suburban area after we retired, wanting a peaceful and rural atmosphere. We searched for a perfect home in the boonies for over a year. We love the dark, starry skies, and we see wildlife every day because of the rural nature of the entire area around us. We specifically bought a home past the outskirts of town because we know that towns spread from the center out, not the other way around, and that it would be likely decades before urban sprawl would creep into our peaceful paradise. Little did we anticipate it would happen in less than 2 years. The Hammonds application has several areas that are of great concern to me, but I'd like to address the topic of septic. And I know that this is not a zoning issue today, it's comprehensive plan, but we can't unsee the zoning that they're proposing. In 1995, zoning standards for lot size sewage standards were reduced to 1 acre for lots not served by urban services. However, during subsequent comp plan workshops, planning and zoning, and Panhandle Health, and the DEQ reviewed the constraints that individual systems place on residential home site development. The commission concluded that a 1 acre minimum is insufficient for adequate separation of individual wells and subsurface sewage disposal systems, and that the property rights of adjoining landowners can be affected by the proliferation of 1 acre parcels and individual wells and septic. The comprehensive plan directly prohibits individual septic tanks and drain field systems or community septic tanks and drain field systems unless subject to an approved sewer management agreement. The Hammonds plan states they will have on-site septic. So whether they plan on individual septic for each 1 acre parcel or a community septic system, it is not allowed. Furthermore, Panhandle's response letter for input states that the applicant has not contacted them for any compliance issues regarding their plans and question whether the proposed project is even feasible. I strongly urge you to take the general and specific objectives of the comp plan into account. I've heard a lot of mays and maybes during the staff report, but I haven't seen any evidence that the Hammonds or any staff has actually analyzed how the spot zoning will affect the people who live in the area and will be impacted by a rural service center at Newport Bay. Thank you for your time, and I implore you to recommend denial for the request of this amendment plan for this individual small parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Judd Conley.
Good afternoon, I'm Judd Conley, and I live at 54 Elton Avenue in the Willow Bay community. Segueing on the septic issue, water quality is a concern. As growth occurs in unsewered lots, nitrates is not removed from the soil as wastewater percolates downward. Risk of transport of nutrients and pathogens to the soil also present problems, particularly in the areas of high water tables and highly permeable soils. The natural resource component of the comp plan points to septic tanks as a source of water quality degradation of a number of county waterways. The soil chapters of this component also points out the lack of suitable soils in Bonner County for adequate subsurface sewage disposal. Kootenai County and the Panhandle Health District studied the effects of septic/drain fields on the Rathdrum Aquifer and found a direct relationship between the growing number of septic systems and high soil nitrate levels, and as a result, stopped issuing septic permits on lots of less than 5 acres. This is very telling and should be taken into account for this proposal. Water is our lifeblood, and we shouldn't be asked to risk polluting it, especially for something area residents don't approve of. I strongly urge you deny this amendment to the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much.
Maybe I have a question for you. You live in the Willow Bay?
Yes.
Development? Do you have septic there?
Yes, I do.
Septic tank or, and are they individual septic
with
tanks?
leach field.
So that each one
Right
of
on
those,
my acreage, yeah.
each of those parcels are individual septic tanks and fields?
Sure. It would be all the
And do you all have individual wells?
No, we have a main water.
A water system.
We have a water reservoir there.
Okay.
I don't think we know where the development is.
There's like, all the meadow lots up here, and then there's sub lots, and there's like 26, they're on we actually have out in the meadow, we have a sewer leach field. It's approximately 4 acres, and 2 of it, it's a big leach field, 2 acres of a leach field. So there's actually 26 houses that will be hooked to that eventually, and they all get built out.
So it's a community?
So the rest of them are on the rest of the properties.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Marilee Conley?
Hi, I'm Marilyn Conley, and I live at 54 Oakland Avenue, in the Willow Bay community. And the Willow Bay has been referred to today a lot as a resort community. And it really qualifies as one for maybe a little over 3 months out of the year. The rest of the time is very quiet. It's a little neighborhood. A lot of people leave for the whole September, October through spring. On page 4 of the comprehensive plan map amendment application, it reads regarding existing public or community system, quote, to explore potential extension of Dufert water from the north pending successful zone change approved. And regarding individual well to be installed prior to BLP submission if Dufert water capacity extension is denied. The Department of Environmental Quality document dated February 27th response is, the Dufert water system does not currently have adequate capacity to serve all the lots within their existing system boundaries. Additional source and storage capacity will be necessary to serve all the existing lots within the system, as well as for new connections outside the system. To date, as residents of Willow Bay and fully aware of HOA issues, to the best of our knowledge, nothing has been requested, nor has communication been initiated from the Hammonds or their representative requesting the option of connecting into our community Dufert water system. We recommend denial of this proposed comprehensive plan amendment. With all the evidence before you this afternoon, we are asking that you hear us. This is our community. It doesn't belong to the county. This initiates an open door to higher commercial density in our rural country neighborhood.
Thank you for your time and serving on this board, everybody. And I donate the remainder of my 44 seconds to Susan Bowman.
All right, Diane Fuller. No, wait a minute. Sorry. Sandy Sparling.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your service and for allowing me to oppose the Hammond Amendment. My name is Sandy Sparling. My husband and I live at 9671 Beaufort Road, which is at the southwest corner of Beaufort and Bay. We were one of the 6 people to receive notice of the Hammond Comp Plan Amendment, to which I am adamantly opposed. According to the property rights objective under land use, in the comprehensive plan, Title 12 requires impacts to other properties should be taken into account when considering land use proposals, policies, and codes. Title 12 has been ignored. I can find absolutely no evidence that impact to our property has been evaluated. Under land use policies and property rights of the applicant and nearby landowners and future generations should be considered, as well as the short and long-term consequences of decisions. Once again, this has been ignored and does not follow the comprehensive plan. A change to commercial and higher density would harm our rural neighborhood and my property and rural lifestyle by increasing noise, light pollution, possible water issues, crime right out my front door. Possible crime right outside my front door. Now, I want to make one other comment, is that today I'm hearing about storage and convenience store. Before we heard about convenience store and gas station, and on one of the maps, it shows 5 one-acre lots. What are we doing here? Who's in charge? I don't know, but this is all a mess. Traffic would also increase at the intersection of Beaufort and Bay, which is already a very dangerous curve. If you haven't been out there, please come out and join us. We'll buy a hamburger for Bay Cafe. Please note that this winter, we observed 10 slide-offs on our property that we saw. We were gone the full month of January, 10 slide-offs before January. The comprehensive plan, the goal is to, in the comprehensive plan, the goal is to balance and integrate its land use policies and proposed land use map with the components of the comprehensive plan to enable community growth while retaining its rural character and protecting its natural resources. This request does not follow the comprehensive because there is no explanation of how the proposal permits the county to grow while retaining its rural character. How does higher density and commercial business protect rural character? This is our neighborhood, and we chose to live here. I strongly oppose this comprehensive amendment change. The Hammond Commercial Map Amendment does not conform to the comprehensive plan, and I repeat, affects our beloved neighborhood and my property negatively. The change would set a bad precedent for higher density because I'm seeing 1-acre lots, 5 1-acre lots on some of the maps, by doing away with rural residential and opening the floodgates for developers. Think Rathdrum Prairie. Thank you for your time. Sit on the button.
Not exactly, but close. Diane Fuller. I would just remind you that, you know, we've heard a lot of different arguments. If you're going to repeat some of the same arguments, you can just say, I agree with so-and-so, you know, we got it.
Okay. Diane Fuller, reside at 290 Glen Avenue. I oppose it. I agree with changing the comprehensive plan to include Beaufort. It's opening the doors to change all of Beaufort. I checked on the comprehensive plan before purchasing my property, and I just don't understand why the need to change this particular parcel. parcels in the area. I feel if Mr. Hammond wanted to do a development, he should have purchased a property in that area. I guess other than that, I just agree with all the statements that are being said. I really feel it's opening a door. I'm not as worried about this one development as I'm worried about it leading to so many more developments. So, thank you for listening. I
Sure,
appreciate it.
thank you. Okay, RJ Garwood.
Yes, sir. Can we get that map a little bit bigger, more onto the property so I can kind of relate?
Would you come up here, please, sir?
There you go. Thank you. To answer your question, ma'am.
Name and address.
RJ Garwood, 58 Holmes Road. To answer your question about a photo that was taken of the frontage of the Blue Bay community.
Right.
That was directly across the street on Holmes Road, which is adjacent to the Hammond property.
Oh, so that entrance picture was not across the street from this property?
Across the street.
It's right where the cursor is on the screen, the white cursor, it's right there.
That's the entrance to the development, away from the curb.
So it's at the corner, essentially,
Yeah. Just want to address it. since you asked
northwestern
it.
corner.
Okay, thanks.
Again, RJ Garwood, 58 Holmes Road. I got a prepared statement. I do agree with a lot of the things, but however, this directly affects me since my property line is shared with the Hammond proposal. The Hammond rezone proposal does not comport with the comprehensive plan. The sub-area plan has not been adopted and cannot be used to justify Hammond's application. Hammond's proposal negatively impacts other properties and property rights. Hammond's proposal changes the inherent character of the community from rural to high density, mixed commercial, and has both short and long-term consequences as the property rights of nearby landowners. Approving his request will inevitably prompt other property owners to follow suit and rezone their land. Within just a few years, due to become a high-density residential commercial city triggered by one of unwanted inconvenient approval, as we've already heard. Approval for Hammond will necessitate that you approve other similar requests. Each approval will change the character of the community from rural to city. Hammond's proposal alone will increase traffic and traffic accidents, increase values of adjoining property, increase the quality of life of nearby landowners, and negatively impact wildlife, endanger the water supply of nearby residents, and compromise sewer. Hammond's proposal does nothing to protect our natural resources, our air, our water, dark skies, environmental quality, and rural character of Bonner County. This reasonable proposal would allow, not that it is, but would allow apartments, a hotel, multiple residences, commercial enterprises, none of which are supported by existing public services. And that's based on the comprehensive plan. In fact, the current resources and facilities are inadequate to support this current proposal. Adequate public services were not provided or considered with this proposal. This proposal does not comport with existing water and sewer and aims to potentially contaminate the water supply of surrounding residences with a very real potential and likelihood of gas underground. My property adjacent to it. The commission has concluded 1 acre minimum parcels are insufficient for adequate separation of individual wells and sewage systems. Hammond's proposal for 5 homes and 2 commercial businesses would necessitate him using city well or city water, neither of which exists on or near his 11 acres. His request is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan, nor is he in compliance with the plan which prescribes 5 to 10 acre parcels, minimums for residences. Do not change the plan to accommodate one financially motivated individual wanting to fundamentally change the nature and character of the qualities at the county expense of nearby property owners and future generations. Changes cannot be legally made unless it can show no adverse effects on other property owners. And its proposal directly and negatively impacts my adjoining property, my water rights, my sewage, traffic leading to my property, my dark skies that compromises the integrity of my land and property value, all of the nearby property owners. Please recommend this application be denied as it fails to comply with existing plans. Thank you for your time and your service, and thank staff for doing a great presentation.
Thank you, sir. Roger Sparling.
Hi, my name is Roger Sparling. I live at 9671 Dewfoot Road. And put the arrow up anyway, it's that very northeast corner of Mr. Hammond's proposal. Keep going, northeast corner of Hammond's proposal. North, that whole area right there is our property, right? The rest of it to the west is the development, Little Bay development. Okay, just so we got this straight. On December 24th, 2002, as you guys know, the commissioners disapproved the first application. And then Mr. Hammer was asked to go back and redefine the areas which he wanted to change. So he did. And now it's become a neighborhood or a comprehensive plan map amendment for neighborhood development. Well, the challenges that I have are there are several impacts to not just me, but the people who spoke of around there. And there are water, sewage, traffic, lights, potential for crime. As it is right now, Marilyn stated that development that's to the east of us, or to the west of us, they don't even meet the standards now for water. I don't know what they're going to do in the future. So I don't know how Mr. Hammond's going to plan on any water there. And another thing I found interesting, the map that you were looking at your last meeting doesn't appear to be the same map. The map that he shows with the proposed residential properties, both stores. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I don't believe so.
You haven't seen it. Okay, chapter 6 of the Garner County Comprehensive Plan, density ranges, 6.1, 1 to 5 acres for areas on or near the fringes of city impact, which may be within fire districts, sewer, and water districts. This application doesn't comply. They're not near a city. And 2, there's no sewage district, there's no water district. And that's right out of the comprehensive plan. The second part of that is 5 to 10 acres, which is what it now is. The 5 to 10 acre states that we're outside the sewer districts, but in areas where subsurface sewage disposal can be achieved without adverse impact to surface or groundwater. Higher density is definitely a threat to my groundwater as well as it is to surrounding residents. So those 2 points right here, we already are in compliance. This does not comply, because you could go down to 1 to 5 acres. Can I show you something on the map?
Sure.
Let's go.
2 seconds.
Okay. This is the area in question. We're here. This is the development. Down here, as far as that density is where people, right now, as far as density is where people are, they're not. There's one other subdivision south of Beaver Road. All of that density that Jeremy was talking about is to the north of Beaver Road. Beaver Road has been for a long time, even though the sub-area plan wasn't adopted, that area was recreation. All of this down here has been residential, and we wanted to keep it that 5+ residential. My hat goes off to you, because you're all volunteers, and the decision that you make today, that just doesn't affect us. It's going to set a precedent for the entire county. Believe me, and just thinking, that's all. Thanks for letting me.
Thank you. Larry Madowski.
Letters, they're 4 words. I'll try to omit much of the things that, I'm sorry, Larry Madowski, 288 Treetop Lane, Priest River. I'll try to omit the things that are redundant in the respect.
We appreciate that.
Some of the comments about a broad brush stroke, that really is not applicable here. Dupert Road is the brush stroke, and you've heard a lot of testimony, and I'm not going to go through all my notes as far as Dupert Road. But if you were to travel out there and take a look at the area, you would be able to see immediately that on the river side of Dupert Road, all along, all the way from 95 to Priest River, there's spot areas where there are small lot residential and possibly some commercial areas other than this. The south side of Dupert Road is not. It's a clear dividing line, and that's where the brush stroke would stop. I I would encourage, let's see here, there's a couple of other items. As you've heard from others, there's numerous reasons for the denial of the project. One is the required infrastructure commercial zoning, or the commercial water and sewer that you've heard a good amount of that about. The agencies have responded. If I didn't see it in the staff report, but the agencies have responded negatively about this particular development. In a past life, I've done developments. In a past life, I've built several gas station and mini marts. Number one is I doubt very seriously that there's been any real viability study, which should be required. Staff should have required this even before the application. A viability study to see whether or not a gas station with the vehicle traffic counts for Dufert Road and Bay Road even support a gas station. If they do not, if one is built and they do not, now you're stuck with underground tank and you're stuck with a use that doesn't make any sense, and it's closed if it were to fail. Number two is that there should be a traffic study done. Anytime that I've ever done a gas station and a mini mart, I've had to do traffic studies. It's just a normal thing. These things should be done by professionals, by licensed engineers, and paid for by the applicant prior to it ever getting to you folks for approval. If you take a look at,
We're kind of running out of time here.
I'm sorry. If you take a look at the uses that are allowed in the neighborhood commercial zone, anything that he were to do either now or to sell it, this stays with the property forever. And so that's part of the issue, is that if this doesn't work out, what's going to be built next? And he doesn't have to do it. He can sell the property and someone else do it. Thank you.
Wayne Martin? Appreciate your list.
You want my address, huh? The others have it.
Whatever.
For the record, my name is Wayne Martin. I live at 775 Judy Lane, Priest River. There are lots of things. I have problems with the staff report. Inaccuracies. I don't think that they've come out and looked at it. Number one, the first one, Voodoo Creek is not a creek in that area. It is a drainage ditch. My second part on that one is, why was DD7, the Drainage Ditch Committee, not contacted for their input on it? Because it does and is viable on this. Bay Road is paved down to just past Dandy, and after that it becomes a dirt road. We have lots of traffic from people coming up from Priest River, Post Falls, that come speeding through that area. I understand that's not directly on that. The drainage ditch was designed and built by the Army Corps of Engineers in order to draw the water out so that the wetland swamp area would dry out so it could be utilized. Just because different groups have not responded does not mean that they don't have a response. They are busy, they are overworked, understaffed. So please, just because only 3 officially at that time had done that. Dufert is a barrier. When you buy something, hopefully you know what it is that you're buying. When we bought our property out in the area, we knew that it was 10-acre minimum what we bought. I didn't go in there and say, oh, guess what? I can sell it and do 5 acres. It's 10 acres. I have problems with that. I happen to be the neighborhood watch captain out in this area. We have seen an increase in crime with the number of vehicles coming here. I saw our 3 deputies that are 2 officers and 1 sergeant out in our area having to deal with a problem and all. So crime is going to be increasing because of the traffic. Bicycles and pedestrians walk on Dufert all the time. I also have a concern at the very corner of Bay and Dufert. as to the site of possibilities or lack of it for people trying to pull out Kendall. I've got questions for Jeremy. Figure out which page I got them on. Let me know. Gas station was removed, yes. You know, there's quite a distance from services. You know, 4 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles isn't that far. When you go out to a rural area, you understand that. The intent to build towards the corner, as I said, the neighborhood commercial in Blanchard, I'd like to know how many lots that takes part in, Jeremy, because that does have a significant input on this. This is only one lot. I do appreciate what other cities and states have done with their comp plans. I don't know what it has to do with us. I know my time's up. I will end that because I don't have any more time to go through my other stuff, but I do ask that you consider denying this. That is strongly, you know, not approved of by most of the people, and I can only see the community getting stronger and stronger against this.
I have one question, if I may.
Sure.
Where is your 10 acres out here?
You're gonna have to go down to Edgemere Cutoff and Bandy.
Oh, down by Bandy, okay.
So this is Bandy, you're gonna have to keep coming down. Hang on. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to keep going down because we haven't covered it.
Holy cow. Washington?
That lot is right there.
Okay.
Okay, Linda Nelson?
You need to come up to the microphone, please.
Are you gonna?
I understand. We appreciate that.
Be brief.
I live at 364 Dawson Avenue in the crossing. Unfortunately, I'm having some second bouts of flying in there. I moved in this fall. Partially because of this. Anyway, I totally oppose it, and I want to turn my time over to Susan.
Bowman. Okay, Susan Bowman.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna take a half an hour.
So how much cumulative time
Well,
does she have?
let me.
5 minutes. Before I start though, people have been referencing what they're calling a map. And I wonder if the commissioners have seen the aspirational site plan. Have you seen that? Because it was part of the application packet online.
I have seen it.
We've seen it.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure you saw that.
And
Okay.
we've also, just for your information, we've also read both of your letters.
Thank you.
So,
That takes care of one thing then. Okay, I'll go ahead and start. Hi, I'm Susan Bowman. I live in the Selly Valley. I'm also a land use planner. I want to thank the commission tonight for listening to the people. And thanks for reading my letters as well. And as you know, in order to amend the comp plan, Title 12-216 requires that adequate evidence be gathered to show the general and specific objectives of the comp plan have been evaluated and followed. The staff report gives you only part of the picture and does not present the comp plan as a whole. In reviewing case law, I found that there are certainly cases won based on counties not looking at the entire comp plan as a whole when they're amending it. Perhaps that is why the applicant sought to skip this process in their initial application. They know that the application does not meet the comp plan as a whole. As you can read in my letters, there are several general and specific objectives in the plan that are being straight out ignored by staff or through the staff findings are quite biased in favor of the applicant. What staff should lay out for you, in my opinion, as a land use planner, is both sides of the story and the whole comp plan, all of it, so that you can make a determination if the themes in the plan bend toward a recommendation of denial or bend toward a recommendation of approval. That puts you in a good position to make an informed decision. That is why I sent my letters to you and explaining the staff bias in the application, so that you could have a more balanced view of the plan and how it relates to the application. A good example of good comprehensive planning was the creation of the Rural Service Center where the Bay Cafe resides. There's a distinct difference for the Bay Cafe, which is that it was an existing business and it had been there for many years before the area was changed
to neighborhood commercial, and then rezone to rural service center. The planning director at the time, Claire Marley, encouraged the applicant for the Bay Cafe comp plan amendment to wait for the comp plan to be updated, and then went further than that and actually created a real neighborhood commercial area. And she did that by bringing in the surrounding property owners around the Bay Cafe so that it wasn't just one lot. Why did she do that? Because spot zoning is not a sound planning practice. Does this neighborhood really need a lone parcel as a neighborhood commercial area less than a mile away from an existing commercial area? That's a good question for you to ask. Since the comp plan is currently being updated, it seems quite sensible to wait for that to happen rather than take the approach of spot zoning and what has become a pay-to-play scenario in this county. While everyone has the right to submit a comp plan amendment, not everyone can afford that. So allowing individual owners to create their own land use amounts to an overburdening of our public services and a chaotic patchwork of land use. And as I've shown in my letters, there are distinct land use descriptions in the comp plan, and the Hammer property does not meet the description for neighborhood commercial, specifically because it does not have urban services. Now, staff contend that the Hammer site meets urban services definition because it has a paved road and it has electric power, which is only part of that definition. So by that staff definition, there are miles and miles of the county that have already urban services. That doesn't make any sense. So the staff ignored the rest of the definition, which deals with urban water and urban sewer, which of course the Hammer property does not have. And I will remind you that Title 12 breaks this definition down into urban water and urban sewer. And by definition, the word urban means city. So the code, Title 12, doesn't have a definition for urban, so you go to Webster's and it means city. I believe that's on purpose. If a development agreement discussion arises amongst you as a way to counteract the high impact uses allowed in neighborhood commercial, I would submit that you are not allowed to entertain that because there is no current development agreement and you cannot know what will be created in the future. Therefore, it is wise to consider all of the uses that are allowed in neighborhood commercial, which include apartments, townhomes, 11 lots, and much more. So if you grant this land use, there is nothing to stop the applicant from building any of over 40 different highly impactful uses. The applicant did not submit for a development agreement at this time, even though their site plan is labeled as such. And in conclusion, the application does not meet the general or specific objectives of the comp plan as a whole. The requirement is that the application be in accordance with the comp plan and that you have adequate evidence to that effect. I have given you ample evidence that the application, in fact, does not meet many of the objectives in the comp plan, both specific and general, and the people in this neighborhood have shown you the many ways that changing this land use to a highly impactful neighborhood commercial use will affect their public health, their safety, and their welfare. The deck is always stacked against us as a people. You get as much time as you want, staff gets as much time as they want, the applicant gets as much time as they want. They can create beautiful PowerPoint presentations. We don't get to do that. So I would hope that you would give us a chance to respond before closing public comment. You know, you have 141 letters, 8% against this proposal. And so for all of these reasons, I ask that you stand with the comp plan, you stand with the people, and you vote to recommend denial. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? No, I don't think so.
I might have a question for staff.
Yeah.
You know, development agreement has been brought up 2 or 3 different comments. And that is something that I know the zoning commission can recommend. Well, we were able to recommend development agreements. Are we able to do that here on this commission as well?
No, it's a chapter 9 in Title 12.
Okay, so it's only the zoning commission.
That's correct. And just to clarify, this is the comp plan amendment.
Right.
And the uses that people have brought up, or whatever they be, that's brought up with the zone change application. So we actually aren't approving any different uses or anything with this application in front of you today.
So to extend that thought in a different direction, if this were to remain the same, again, the commissioners have to make the final decision in all of this. We're just a recommending body. If we're recommending that it stay the same, are there other avenues for the applicant to pursue for his purposes?
If you're referring to the zone change, no.
Okay.
Well, commissioners would, they're going to have a hearing.
But, I mean, if the comp plan's not changed and it
They can't
stays
go
as
forward.
is,
That wouldn't be.
They can't go if yes, if the Board of County Commissioners, from whatever your recommendation is, and they deny the comp plan, the applicant can't move forward with the zone change.
okay.
But it
Right,
would
that-
still go to the county commissioners.
I understand they're the final authority.
Yeah.
But if they get a recommendation from this, whatever that is, that has some, I guess, standing with them, should have, otherwise we don't need to be here, right?
Right.
Okay.
All right, so that's the end of this list that I have. Are there other people that would?
That happened the third time, Michael.
Yeah, I'm not really saying everything that I could say, so.
All right, that's the end of this list. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
Can I make an additional comment?
Sure, as long as it's brief.
Thank you. It'll be very quick. Just to go back on the idea of this being the comp plan versus the zoning. Once the comp plan is changed, it's almost ministerial that the zoning can be changed. It's almost automatic, because then you're consistent. Your zoning would then be consistent with the comp plan. So it's a kind of a misnomer and misleading to say that, well, they still have to go through the zoning. That's going to be almost automatic.
All right, so nobody else answer? Come on up. State your name, please.
Gregor Wicca, 9044 Duford Road. So I'm a mile east of this proposed development. So we moved out there in 2005. It was a pretty quiet area back then. It's changed dramatically. The road is almost like a highway now. People drive way too fast down the road. We've had 2 fatalities right across the street from us on the corner of Duford Road, where Fair Road and Jewel Lake Road come down. So it's kind of a hazardous area now. People don't comprehend that, especially when it snows and melts and then gets shady. The whole road's like a skating rink. And so people drive like maniacs, and that intersection right there is pretty crazy in the wintertime. But come around there carefully with studded tires and broken traction. So this whole area right now is heavily impacted by summer recreation and just people who do not follow the speed limits or the laws out there. There's only a couple sheriffs out there, and sometimes they grab people, they pull people over for speeding. But it's a very, very hazardous area, especially when it develops. It's going to increase traffic and people pulling out on that road that don't understand what it's like out there. That's all I have to say about it. And one more thing, the safety of cyclists on that road, we have big groups come down that road. There's a couple tours that come through there. We're talking probably anywhere between 30 and 150 people. There's also a running race from Spokane to Sandpoint that happens on that road too. Keep that in mind, okay? Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. All right, so we'll hear from the applicant if you have any rebuttal.
Online, do we have any online?
Oh, we do?
With their hand raised right now. Teresa?
Got Teresa?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Teresa Heisner, Priest River, for the record. I just want to make it clear that I sat on the sub-area committee for the Priest River Old Town Comp Plan update, which was extremely important to those of us that served. And we, under absolutely no circumstances, agreed, suggested, or implied to any new rural service centers. The few that are in existence, we were okay with, and that they would be grandfathered in. To say that no new traffic, speculate, is pure negligence. Also, as a real estate agent, I will tell you right now that this will negatively impact the surrounding homeowners. Nobody wants to live next to a gas station. Nobody wants to look at light pollution. I live north of Priest River, and I can't even see the southern and eastern sky anymore because of the light pollution from Priest River, Old Town, and Sandpoint. So it's pretty unacceptable what's happening here. And I just wanted to say that this is not the mountain town of Southern California. This is North Idaho. We live here because we like the rural nature and we don't mind driving 10 miles to a gas station. So for those reasons, I please recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else on the line?
No other hand raised.
All right. Jeremy, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Commissioners. Jeremy Grimm, Whiskey Rock Planning, for the record on rebuttal. Yeah, there's a few things I'd like to rebut. I guess the first is zoom in to the left a little bit, right? First is we heard a lot about water quality. This is, I believe, Diana's property. And I counted 54 junk cars there. If you figure each one of those cars is about 6 quarts of oil in it, that totals about 81 gallons of oil likely leaking into your aquifer. So I appreciate water quality in the environment. And I just want to bring that to people's attention. If you're concerned about water quality, I think that's probably one of your biggest water quality
Mr. Graham?
threats. But yes, sir.
I would like you to rebut the comments that you've heard, not bring in new extemporaneous thoughts.
Thank you, sir. That was on the record, water quality. I'm just speaking to water quality, and I'm rebutting information that was put into the record.
They don't have to.
Moving from there, it's a bit of a cart before the horse. We heard about viability studies, water sewer studies, expansion, storage. No one in their right mind is going to pursue all of those studies if, in fact, the use they want to pursue here isn't first approved. So all of those are great questions, and you have procedures in your development policy that enable you to ask for all of those, whether it's development permits, subdivisions, building location permits, etc. So I think a lot of those are certainly valid points that I would ask as a resident, but they serve their own place and time in the process. I want to point to the fact that, you know, what Greg mentioned, the second to last speaker there, he said the change has been dramatic since 2005 in this area. And if you're not fully aware, so when the crossings was approved in 2008, it was approved because this area was identified as a recreation area in the comp plan. As that actually got built out and people actually implemented the vision of the comp plan, it created change. It's a dynamic situation. And just like the broad watercolor brush, the comp plan is a bit of a living document for you to interpret facts on the ground and what's happening in the area based on the guidance that the plan gives you. So yes, the area has changed dramatically, and the need for services has arisen. In fact, also, as Greg mentioned, summer tourists are significant in this area, and that's specifically who Mr. Hammond hopes to serve, folks visiting the resort across the street. I want to bring up another thing that I showed in my first presentation. So this is discretionary for you. It's up for you and the commissioners to determine if this request is consistent and in accordance with the plan. But I want to point out that every commercial neighborhood designated comp plan area in the county is adjacent to rural residential and resort or transition. So this is just like every other area on your map that is contemplating or has changed or designated it as a commercial neighborhood. I guess I also want to bring up, there was a question about if you were to recommend denial, does that sort of kill the process? Well, of course, the Board of County Commissioners would then consider your recommendation, but there is precedent, historical precedent in Bonner County for zone changes to be moved forward and approved that are apparently incongruent with the comp plan map. So I just think there are many avenues this could move forward in. In terms of the staff report and the evaluated elements of the comp plan, again, I just want to state that I believe staff report is very accurate and does meet consistency for those evaluation. Idaho code doesn't require that every single goal, policy, comma, period, word is consistent. It's in accordance. It's a broad general understanding that the request is consistent with the plan. And I'll leave it with this. You've got a thriving resort community, recreationally zoned, abutting this property, and you've made no consideration either in the plan unit development that was approved or the subsequent development that's occurred in this area since the comp plan was adopted to provide service for those tourists. And that's precisely what this request is for. So I know you have a lot of comments to process, and just respectfully ask that you weigh this with an unbiased view of what's the intent of the commercial neighborhood, what did the original comp plan intend for servicing these resort and recreational areas, and does this request fit into that request? Thank you. And if
I
there's
have a
any
couple
questions.
Jeremy. Have you seen DEQ's response?
Regarding the Dufert Water
Yes.
extension? I have, yeah. And we, at this point, I've actually read the engineer report, and the major barrier there is storage. Again, I would point to the fact that Mr. Hammond or any investor is not going to probably pursue the cost, the engineering to design a water system if they don't have these two things first, or the zoning changed first. So I think those fit into and will be responded to throughout the development process.
And then also Panhandle Health they responded.
Again, $400+, if not $1,600 to go dig test pits. Again, it's the cart before the horse. In our mind, the first thing is the zone change. Once we know that we have viability on that, then of course, none of those building permits can proceed, building location permits, replatting a property, splitting a property until Panhandle Health has been satisfied.
Okay, Matt, did you have a question?
Yes. Urban services was mentioned a few times too. And can you explain, I know that Bonner County through the years have considered shared wells, private shared wells as a private community water system. Is that how the water, if you're not going to be able to hook up with across the street, is that what you're proposing here?
That is an option, up to 9 services from a shared well. But frankly, at this point, Mr. Hammond isn't going to invest in the money and time until we have certainty that the zone change is approved. So I would go back to the fact that we've got state and Panhandle Health, DEQ that govern those things. And of course, any development that will proceed is going to have to accommodate those rules and be satisfied.
Couple of questions.
Yeah, Mike.
For the development, if it were once established, what are the proposed operational hours or considered?
I think that gets into the zoning a little more, but I will try to touch on it with the fact the development agreement was referenced, which came from the recommendation of the zoning commission. Mr. Hammond, there's a draft development agreement. He recognizes that there are uses in the rural service center that may not be appropriate, and he has agreed to restrict the zoning for himself and future owners to omit those high-intensity uses. So he's interested in single-family homes, accessory dwelling unit homes and a gas station, service center, and boat storage.
Okay, so it would be lit 24/7 for security, or?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Okay, well, if it's not lit, then that's what I was wondering about operational hours. If it's not lit 24/7, what or the intended operational hours? I mean, 12 hours a day, 18 hours a day, or 6 hours a day, or?
You know, I'm not sure Mr. Hammond has fully determined
One
that.
of the comments
at this
was
point.
a white light, but.
Yeah, I will tell you that Mr. Hammond has told me, and maybe he'll say it publicly, that he's very willing and wants to comply with night sky compliant type lighting, and limit any kind of impact he can. He wants this to be a good service station and, you know,
Yeah.
service for the community.
That'll be for another meeting. And then what about these 5 lots or the other designated lots on this parcel?
So it's probably out of the scope of the comp plan map amendment, but in good faith, Mr. Hammond did put with his zone change a concept plan of what he thinks could be viable on this under the Rural Service Center. And it's 5 lots.
Or
just 5 lots, that anything that the zone would allow with that development agreement restricting those uses. But the intent is residents.
Fuller utilization of the 11 acres.
Yeah,
Okay.
the intent is residents, boat storage, and a service station.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Grimm? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you all.
Any questions of staff or anybody in the public, I guess?
Maybe a question of staff, since it just came up in Jeremy's comments. Does a development plan limit what future owners can do, or does it only apply to the owner who creates the plan?
It would follow the land.
Okay.
Just like the zoning. But, so when Bill did want to be here, our attorney at the prosecutor's office, he did, this idea of a discussion on the development agreement came up. I talked to him about it a bit because of the inclusion in a number of public comments. He wanted to emphasize that a potential development agreement in the future really shouldn't weigh in on the decision from this board when it comes to a recommendation. You really need to go back to the code and say, is it in compliance with the comprehensive plan goals and objectives, right? So yes, a development agreement was part of the commissioner's remand, their decision in that zone change. So that will be discussed and included in a future zone change if this gets approved. But it really shouldn't weigh in on your guys' decision as to the details of that development agreement.
So that, my reaction to that is then we have to think about the worst case possible development, given the limitations of this land use component, and evaluate whether that does or does not have an adverse impact on the surrounding properties. Because that's one of the critical requirements for neighborhood commercial, is that it not do that. That's my take on that. So
I think that's right.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Any other questions at all? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. We're going to bring it back to the commission for discussion. Anybody want to lead off? If not, I'll lead off.
I was going to say I could, but
I have some real problems with this. We have seen sub-area plans. We have looked at them, and we've really honored those in many different respects in producing the comp plan of components and goals, objectives, and policies that we've already approved and have been approved by the county commissioners. And, obviously a very significant aspect of that is retention of the rural community. And clearly, looking at the maps and having got some understanding of the area, this is a rural area, except that area north of Newport. So I have a problem with that. It seems to me this is inconsistent with the rural character. And I think that there's some of the concerns about, a creep here is certainly possible. I think that, the urban services are required, and I don't see an or in there. I see and we don't have the and. It doesn't have an urban type of septic system or sewer system and a water system. So I don't think it meets that requirement. So those are some of my concerns, and glad to hear any others.
Could staff pull up your, I think you called it the comparison table, the spreadsheet with the red and green boxes? Maybe while we're waiting for that, I agree with those two comments, by the way. And I'm particularly concerned about the urban services question. And in my opinion, that ultimately, you'll see here in a minute, to me, is the crux of the decision. I thought in this table that I'm waiting to see that many of the colors were incorrect. And I don't think it's a judgment question other than the urban services column. So I'll come to urban services in a minute because that one does require a little bit of interpretation. First, I'm glad you fixed the 30% slope one because that was one of the ones that I identified. I think on both hazardous areas and critical wildlife, quite frankly, I think you've got it backwards. There is no requirement in Rural 5 that it must have hazardous areas or that it must have critical wildlife habitat. Rather, it's an allowance. We allow Rural 5, Rural 10, Ag Forest, et cetera, to have hazardous areas. It's an exclusion for denser zones. So if there were hazardous areas or if there were critical wildlife habitat, that would exclude the possibility of neighborhood commercial, suburban, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the second block, the bottom block here that talks about, I can't read the screen from here, but talks about critical wildlife and hazardous areas is incorrect. It should be green for rural residential. There's no requirement that rural residential have hazardous areas or critical wildlife habitat. So the way I look at the rural residential column, again, I said I'll come back and address urban services in a moment. It's all green. It's all green. And I don't think that's debatable, quite frankly. The two I just talked about, critical wildlife and hazardous areas. That's not a judgment question. Read what the comp plan says. Urban services, I agree with Alan. It's a little bit unclear because if you read the definition, it's a list, a definition of a list. It says urban services are urban sewer, urban water, paved streets, electricity. I may talk about fire services, I don't recall off the top of my head. It doesn't say any one of the above or any two of the following or all of the following. So it does leave some room for interpretation there. But the one I'm most concerned about, and this comes from reading other sections of the comp plan, is sewer. And one of the residents quoted it earlier. See if I can find it here. And this is a quote from our comp plan. During comprehensive plan workshops, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed with Panhandle Health District and the Division of Environmental Quality the constraints that individual septic systems place on residential home site development. The commission had concluded that a 1 acre minimum is insufficient for adequate separation of individual wells and subsurface sewage disposal systems, and that the property rights of adjoining landowners can be affected by the proliferation of 1 acre parcels with individual wells and septics by limiting the neighbor's well construction or home site development. That to me is a pretty clear clue that we should interpret that definition of urban services with an and, as Alan was saying. I think we should be interpreting it to mean urban sewer, urban water, paved roads, electricity. So that to me is a compelling reason to turn that first block to go back to the rural residential from red to green, because I'm not convinced that we meet the urban services requirement. On neighborhood commercial, I think that middle one there, big long text, I think we're focused on neighborhood commercial is designed to provide light commercial uses to serve the rural communities, that part of the statement. But we've ignored without adversely affecting residential neighborhoods. And And I'm not at all convinced, particularly if we think about all of the possible development scenarios that could occur if this became neighborhood commercial. I'm not convinced that we have adequately controlled the adverse impact on the neighboring residents. So I would argue that that box actually should be red. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Anybody else have thoughts?
I do have some comments. You know, what you were reading there about, it actually comes from 5.6, our housing and our land use. And yes, back in 1980, when we got ahead and originally set up zoning in Bonner County, you were actually able to go down to a 9,000 square foot parcel served by individual wells and individual septics. In 1995, we gone ahead and said that that minimum was revised to a 1 acre piece. And then in 2005, we established a 2.5 acre minimum if not served by either urban water or sewer. However, under the ordinance, a parcel served by a public or private water system, but served by an individual septic system, could be subdivided into lots of 1 acre each. Likewise, a parcel served by a public or private sewer collection, treatment, or disposal system, but individual wells could be entitled to 1 acre minimums. Service by neither urban water or sewer would mean 2.5 acre minimums. Public or private water systems may include water districts, city water service, or private well systems. So I think if they have a shared well system on there, that's what we've gone ahead and approved. I don't know how many files over the last couple of years regarding the community water system, and you can have up to nine hookups. If I'm not mistaken, 9 hookups before you have to be taken over and controlled by a state entity. As far as the urban sewers, yes, there's no urban sewer like a lot of people believe, like, you know, city of Sandpoint or anything like that. But it also says not to include individual septic tanks, drain fields, or community septic tanks or drain field systems unless subject to an approved sewer management agreement. Now, I know there's some systems out there, some proprietary systems. Some are out on Dura Island. I can't remember the name of the water system out there, but they have to actually have a sewer water management system agreement for those as well, and they have to be monitored. I don't know what the frequency is or anything like that. So you do not have to have necessarily what a lot of people believe is a city sewer system. You can have proprietary systems on something such as this. That's come I asked if we are allowed to go ahead and make suggestions for a developmental agreement. Well, we can make those suggestions, but apparently the planning commission cannot do that. As far as what is allowed there, I don't know. I really wish we were able to see what was recommended for the development agreement at the other level prior, and that might give some guidance, because I don't think it was open to every single use permitted like we think it's a carte blanche. I thought it was limited, so I really wish we had a copy of that recommended development agreement.
It's not signed in any event, though. I mean,
no, but it was recommended.
Yeah.
And so,
I don't know. I mean, I think I'm not sure what you're suggesting, Matt, but it seems to me that that we have to look at what we look at, and not hope that the zoning commission or anybody else does the right thing and limits the use or whatever. I think we have to look at what the uses are that are potential, either permitted or conditionally permitted in this zone or in this area. So, I'm just not convinced. Don, do you have something to say?
Yeah, it's, this whole discussion we've been through it many times as this commission and the Planning and Zoning Commission before us. The way the code reads, we deal with the map amendment, then comes the zoning. But it's so hard to separate the two. And most of the questions tonight have been about the zoning. So it's very hard to do that, which I believe is why in Title 12, Section 215, applications for zone change and comprehensive plan map amendments, the contents of that. And there's A, B, down through F. Various things, and some of them are just purely information. You get down to F, and it says, as we have been cited many times, and we've cited it ourselves many times. Any other information considered by the planning director or the governing body. Now, governing body. In this case, that's us, because we're going to make a recommendation to those elected officials. To be any information considered to be necessary to complete for a complete evaluation of the proposal, such as information regarding utilities, traffic, service connections, natural resources, unique features of the land, or off-site features affecting the proposal. And that was put in place in 2008 by Ordinance 501. So, and we have cited that many times in these map amendments before, and essentially, they never went anywhere. Now, I wish Bill Wilson was here, because I don't know if even a proposed zoning agreement would fit under that provision, because it's additional information. It's going to provide that additional information. Okay, so that's just a statement. Beyond that, as I was referring to earlier and asking Mr. Grimm the question about, and all the discussion about the broad brush and so forth, it just doesn't seem, in terms of comprehensive plan mapping and land use designation, that even though neighborhood commercial is one of the smaller area designations that are included in the comprehensive plan, even that being a fact, to bring it down to one parcel just really flies in the face of it, I believe. And there's so many things to take into account, that broad range of uses that could be accomplished under that land use designation, and to think that certainly some of them, they seem obvious and intuitive that those could not be accomplished on this site. It just still, it doesn't leave me with a comfort level to say that this is the proper thing to do.
I guess I have a couple of closing comments. Or this panel, this board has been engaged for several months and likely several months more concerning the comprehensive plan and updating it, and being your representatives to reflect truly what the community of Bonner County seeks in its future. And from my perspective, this community, Bonner County, is at a pivotal moment, a precipice, if you will. I actually see of our different components that we're going through, and we've not gone through them all, but I'm familiar with them, to see that there's 6 components that this proposal adversely impacts, although we haven't finalized the language to all of those components. So succinctly, this comes down, a comp plan is about the quality of life for this community. And that's what I was hearing. Heard a lot of detail, some detail here too. And you can get yourself entangled into all the detail and lose sight of the overarching purpose of this comp plan, and that is to visualize the quality of life for this community, and we have the history and we have our future. And that's the driving factor here that I heard tonight, was your quality of life.
Anything I would say would be redundant. All the questions I wanted to ask have been asked by you guys. The one thing that I'm having a difficult time with the urban services, this isn't the first time we've had to, I'm trying to think of that situation on 95 with the storage units. We had the same discussion there.
Yeah.
And it was challenging. I'm sitting here trying to read inappropriately, I'm doing something else. I'm trying to read the Priest River sub-area plan. there anybody here who was involved in that plan?
Somebody online, I thought
They were
was.
online. Is she's,
Many of them
is she still there?
were not. My wife was, and I attended many of those meetings.
Okay, I was on the Priest Lake sub-area committee. And as development happens, which you guys are obviously seeing it with Willow Bay, and, some of these other people are gonna wanna start splitting up these big parcels out there. I mean, it's gonna happen. So you might need a gas station. Maybe not on this lot, but I'm looking at the sub-area plan saying, because I know in the Priest Lake plan, we talked about where we would like to see that sort of thing happen. I'm not seeing anything as I'm skimming the plan. Do you remember any conversations to that effect?
The concept that they had was that the high-density recreation commercial was going to be on the water side of Newford. Newford was the boundary line, and anything that was on the opposite side of water was residential, preferably 10 to 20 acres.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the public hearing's been closed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, that's
Unfortunately,
fine.
yeah.
I'm just saying, that's something that, I understand you guys are all wanting to protect your neighborhood. We wanted to at Priest Lake. But this kind of commercial development is gonna need to happen as we have more people. So if it doesn't happen here, we need to be thinking about it in the future. Perhaps not with this lot per se, but where does it happen?
I refrain from going there, but it is a point. We have
It's a hypothetical question.
We're only dealing with the application that's in front of us.
So this is one of the discussions that we've had even 5 or 6 years ago on the Planning and Zoning Commission when we started with the sub-area plans to ask the residents then, not just to think about where they live and how they live now, but the future. When we do get more people, you can't close the gates, more people, and what about all the discussion that many people have hounded us to include in the comp plan discussions about the climate and changes? And what about, what if we don't want to drive anymore? Everybody said, oh, we don't mind driving. I live 18 miles out of town. I'm getting sick of driving.
Yep.
But I still drive. I don't want to move. Anyway, so it's just, we got to think of the future and all that. However, we got to do it right.
Right.
Comp plan stuff, even though, like I said, the neighborhood commercial is one of the smallest aerial type things that we're going to contend with. And we're not talking Ag Forest 20, which is a bazillion acres and all these things, but this is one of the smaller ones. And yet we've got to really, when we get to that point, we got to really wring the thing dry. We got to figure out where it's needed, what frequency of those kind of things there should be in a community, how many people it should serve, traffic, everything else. So there's just a whole lot of things that are not going into this discussion tonight that I think from a planner standpoint should be there.
So this document that we have been and will continue to work on is the macro vision of Bonner County. And tonight we're seeing where the rubber hits the road, which creates some friction because we're dealing in the context of how this broad comprehensive plan will govern very specific developments in the future. And so I think, again, my decision is based upon, and my justifications, is the comprehensive plan that we've all endorsed concerning agriculture and the sub-area plans and all the other components of that plan. And I would say that where this rubber hits the road this evening, it's causing friction with the comp plan that we are dealing with in formulating. So I'm concurring with Alan's difficulties here.
with this plan.
So I would suggest, that if there is going to be a motion to deny, to recommend denial, that we need to look at the findings of fact.
Right.
What's
required, so you gotta
And number 5, I would change to the site is not served by urban water and sewer. I would also add a 7th finding of fact that the site proposal is not compatible with the rural designation. And on conclusions, I would say under conclusion of number one, I would say proposal is not in accordance with the following elements of the Bonner County Comprehensive Plan, and that would be property rights, community design, land use, public services, natural resources, and agriculture.
I think also I would add economic development to that list.
Okay, add economic development, and then conclusion 3 would be proposal is not in accord with the rural residential 5 plan designation.
What part of the agriculture plan? Where are you referring to?
Fragmentation.
Fragmentation of an 11-acre piece? Or the comprehensive plan of an 11-acre piece? Because this isn't, at this stage, they're not splitting it. That's not here.
I understand that, but it allows it.
I guess we don't have a motion yet.
We don't. I was just suggesting those
And-
findings of fact and conclusions.
I concur, and before we start getting into discussion about those findings.
All right, so is there a motion?
Did you want to say something, Rand?
You did a minute ago.
I started to, but I think my points have been well encompassed by the chairmans, and other commissioners, so I'll go ahead and let's move this along. I think we know where we're going at this point.
Maybe you want to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. Do we need to wait for Don to come back, or?
Oh, Don left?
At the critical moment.
He did.
Would you go get him?
No problem.
That's ways to go. Oh,
We'll see if we're both coming.
make sure you come back.
Maybe we'll take it.
Do we want to take a quick recess, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we're going to take a recess when we get done with this. Yeah, we'll take a, but don't go far.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes, just until.
See Debbie. I don't see Don.
Since one member already escaped.
Yeah, there you go. I think we'll be right behind.
So we absolutely have to do this record. The N specifically is possible.
Are you gonna make a motion with the findings of fact Alan has brought in?
I actually have a whole page.
Okay.
Oh, you have? Thank you all for coming back to order. Thank you all for coming back to order. It's
7:26.
7:26. Mr. Breckenbach?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to go ahead and table this because I really think we need to get more information from Bill Wilson regarding that developmental agreement. I really think it would shed a lot of daylight. I think there's been some comments made, and I believe that will definitely clarify a lot of things up for myself, perhaps for others as well.
Well, my understanding is we can't consider it. Besides that, it's a draft. It's only a draft. It's not an agreement.
But I'd like to hear from Bill Wilson.
You looking for a second?
You have to table it. So we can go
Is there
ahead and
a
get
second?
Bill Wilson to chime in on this.
No second, Matt. Sorry. All right. Is there a motion?
It's Commissioner Frankenbach. I move to recommend denial to the Board of County Commissioners for this project file AM 002-23, requesting a comprehensive land use plan map amendment from rural residential to neighborhood commercial based upon the following conclusions. I would amend the findings of fact to add a seventh finding of fact, which is that this proposal is not in conformance with maintaining the rural character of the area. With respect to the conclusions of law, I would modify conclusion 1 to say that this proposal is not in conformance with the following elements of our comprehensive plan: property rights, community design, land use, public services, and economic development. And I would modify conclusion 3 to say that the proposal is not in accord with the neighborhood commercial comprehensive land use plan designation. The decision is based upon the evidence submitted up to the time the staff report was prepared and testimony received at this hearing. I further move to adopt the findings of fact and conclusions as set forth in the staff report as amended, and direct planning staff to draft written findings and conclusions to reflect this motion, have the chairman sign, and transmit to all interested parties. This action does not result in a taking of private property.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Commissioner Stoltz.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Should we have a roll call vote? Or I'll say, yeah, let's have a roll call vote. Stand down with Commissioner Stoltz.
Commissioner Stoltz, aye.
Commissioner Frankenbach, aye.
Commissioner Scott abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Songstead, aye.
Commissioner Leda, aye.
Commissioner Davis, aye.
Commissioner Trennan, aye.
Motion passed. Thank you for coming, everybody, and we'll be in recess. We'll be in recess for a few minutes to let everybody clear out.
I was going to add adding natural resources to.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Recess is done. It's 7:38.
Can you speak up the back row?
Could you move up here?
Move up front, come on up front.
What about
Okay,
the
the
next to the back row?
Next,
We're actually in the back row.
Next item on the agenda is a comprehensive plan housing. This is not open to public comment. This is just for our discussion to try to get a draft together. Do we have any updates on this
Oh, yeah.
component?
Oh, yeah. We certainly do.
When did you do that?
Now, unfortunately, this thing, as you've said before, is so big. It is taking time. It's taking time to gather the data. I think the writing part is pretty much done. Swati and I are working on a conclusion paragraph or two at the end, but we need to go through it tonight quickly. Swati and I went through it this morning. What she did, now here's one point. It's now been pretty well determined that what we recognize online as the housing component from July 2015 was never adopted. So it doesn't exist. So I used that as a template for updating, thinking that it was adopted. But now, since it's not, we don't have to show strikeouts or anything. It's just, here's the document. So that's what Swati has taken what I did with all the crossouts and everything and boiled it down to a document that you can read. You don't have to go and compare this and that to the other. That's the basis of it. Now, if anybody wants to say something other than that.
I would just say one thing, because I've seen all the public comments about we should be doing this in change mode with word and strikeouts. If we're doing a wholesale replacement of an element, we shouldn't do that. And I think the last one I did, which might have been my last draft of economic development, I don't recall. I just put a statement at the very beginning. I said, this draft is intended to completely replace the existing economic development.
So what's unknown is, nobody can find it yet. What is the existing housing component? It's from 2002 or 2003, but it exists somewhere. It's just not easily found.
I'm sure it exists, we just haven't, I haven't been able to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in an archive somewhere.
And the economic development has a board actually adopted that economic development component? I don't think they have yet. I think they had a workshop on it, but I don't know that for a fact.
No good.
We're a bit betwixt and between though, because they have adopted the goals, objectives, and policies.
Yeah, but you actually have to have the state code says you have to have, and statute says, precedent says you have to have every component. Yep. You cannot miss a single component, otherwise you.
But they already violated that.
You want me to go get Jeremy and come back?
No. Well, but then you have new goals, objectives, and policies, and the existing body of text.
That's the problem.
That's what the current comp plan is, right?
But we're missing two complete components. They're not adopted.
If we don't have housing.
Apparently, we don't have housing, and we didn't have economic development. And those were two of the 14 that's mandatory to have. Otherwise, the entire comprehensive plan and the zoning orders underneath of it could be made void. There's several cases on this.
Well, yeah. We need to keep moving.
Well, that's above our pay grade.
Yeah. We're getting paid? You're getting paid, Dave? Yeah. Wait a minute.
I got my everything's above our pay grade.
All right, so let's see what we can do with this. Is your suggestion?
Where are we?
Are you suggesting, Don, that we go back, we look at this, we move this to the next meeting, and then?
Well, we need to, if we can look at the document as it sits now, as of this morning, and it still has questions. It has still data that needs to be clarified or perfected or not found. It's all there. We've relied quite a bit on the assessor's data files to show here's the parcels, here's the ones that have houses, here's the ones that are vacant, here's the ones that by definition are capable of having housing on it. We've got, because it says to use one term that's with residential improvements or without residential improvements, meaning house. And that's been clarified. So we've got the numbers. We're trying to concentrate on the unincorporated county, but we need to look at the whole county in a housing standpoint. And that, we talked about that 2 weeks ago. But right now, the way we left it this morning, there's still some data that Swati's going to put in. There's the conclusion statement at the end. But in the meantime, what if we put what we have back on the shared drive so we can all look at it in the next week? So, and intending to, if we agree that this should be the public comment workshop, the next meeting, 2 weeks from now. I think it's 2 weeks, maybe it's 3, because of the, no, whatever the date is. That
Well,
first meeting in April.
It's
What
2
you
weeks.
said about putting it on the shared drive so we can all look at it in this interim week, make our comments.
Yeah.
And
And what we're gonna try to do is, this is the tough part, because with additional information, it's gonna be continually updated over the next week anyway. It's doubtful that all the updates are gonna be done like by Monday morning at 10. No.
How about 11?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So how do you want to handle that? If you can.
Well, do you want to point out some areas where
Okay.
there have been some changes from the last meeting?
Yes.
Oh, you
So who's driving the ship?
Is V4 the latest? Is version 4 the latest?
Yes.
From
So we're gonna
March
watch
7th?
Right, this is not on the shared drive.
It is on the shared right now.
Oh, it is now, okay. All right, so you can bring it up on your screen. But it's up there on the big screen.
You want Swati to go through it, Don? or
Yeah,
you want-
let's go through it like we did this morning.
Okay.
Okay, great.
So we restructured the draft completely, almost completely. We retained housing overview to start with chapter 1. Chapter 2 expanded a little bit. It was just about housing occupancy, increase vacancy and tenure. We were discussing these topics in chapter 2 earlier, but it wasn't spelled out specifically. So that's what happened in chapter 2. Chapter 3, pretty much it was cut down to only the age of the structures, because that is what is relevant in Bonner County. Other than that, since we don't have building regulations or building codes, there is not much else we can do with housing regulations. In chapter 4, we discussed the types of housing that we have, with units in structure, one unit attached, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, etc. Housing density and distribution, we compare the density of housing units in Bonner County as compared to the cities around. Housing cost, values and affordability, that provided us with data from multiple listing to see how many vacant parcels or houses have been sold from 2018 to 2022, and what is the relation to the median sale price of the parcels and houses sold. Housing needs. So this basically goes into discussing what are the assessment of needs of housing in Bonner County and some barriers to those.
So this part, I mentioned this 2 weeks ago. All of this stuff this is out of that proposed thing from 2015. So they looked at some of these various studies that were done and principles that came out of national requirements for housing and so forth, and then responded, here's how Bonner County has dealt with that, even though it may not be something required of the county to get into. And I just happened to, the other day, be talking with Lou Gomet about housing, and he said that it had been brought up to the Board of Commissioners whether or not Bonner County should be a recipient or involved with the Fair Housing Act. In other words, being a recipient of HUD funding for housing. It's a difficult discussion because typically the HUD money has gone into city structures, city areas.
Who's saying this?
Luke Ahmed.
What about the USDA RD ones? Those are under HUD. They get their batching from HUD.
Right. And how many of those, but if this, apparently the federal law talks about a jurisdiction subscribing to it or not. And there's nothing in the record where it says that Bonner County so far has subscribed to the Fair Housing Act.
But isn't there a section, or there was a section, that said that basically Bonner County had established the prerequisites for
Right, that's
participating?
this right here. It just said, here's what's required if Bonner County is subject to the Fair Housing Act, and for the most part, all the requirements.
So isn't that all we have to do, is just make sure that we
Right.
put in here
So
that,
that's it. So that's what I'm saying. This one probably is, but it's a question because it's in a sense somewhat hypothetical. But the point was that they made this back in 15. If that was to be the case, we do comply. We're set up to comply.
so what,
Leaving that as.
what page is this on?
Oh, Fair Housing, it's in the next section, I think.
Page 14?
This one's on page 14, I think.
Okay, I got it.
So again, because there haven't been any, the county hasn't contracted to have any recent studies done on housing. The cities have. But that BBC study was done, and then the following one in 2014. Those are the most recent that the county has tied into. The findings are still valid.
So with all of that understanding, what are you recommending or?
So it boils all the way down to, in that draft document, it came down to listing out issues. So let's go down to that.
You gotta have issues.
Yeah. So,
What we talked about it.
So, what we did, we looked at the list that was in the document before, and this is a shortened list because some of them just didn't apply anymore. But here it is. These are the issues that are facing anybody that's looking into housing in specifically the unincorporated area of the county. There they are. Well, it still, I think, requires a concluding statement. Therefore, here's what it is. And basically what I'm saying in it is we have to keep track of this, and it's a dynamic situation. There's trends, you can forecast trends, but there's no guarantee that we're on a nice steady incline or decline. It's very dynamic. So rather than just saying, here it is, and this is going to prevail for the next 20 years, one of the recommendations is going to be that this be revisited within 2 to 4 years, just to keep on top of it. I think we have to. It's just way too dynamic. And it involves so many other factors. So I'm trying to boil it all into the conclusion statement, which I left at home on my thumb drive this morning, so I can't even look at it, unless you can somehow tap into my computer right now.
Tapping his computer.
Yeah. So it's there on the shared drive now. Please take a look at it, comment on it. A lot of it is just facts, and that's what it should be based on.
Is this chapter 12 where it's titled issues, is this gonna be common to all of our elements?
Components.
The housing issue pretty much is.
Well,
yes.
no.
I mean, all the other
Format.
components of the comp plan.
The format.
Because I don't want to get into, here's issues, septic tanks or, for natural resources.
It isn't for any of the ones we've done so far.
So I'm wondering,
That was the
do
first
we
question.
need to have this in there? Because it's kind of extending, it's kind of a,
I don't think we have to be that consistent.
Okay, so.
Okay, so
I
you
think-
want
I
a good
think-
thing to have in there?
Yeah, and I think housing is unique in that sense. There is a real issue.
It could be,
With housing.
or.
General economic, I mean, I think issues, obviously, general economic.
These issues
climate.
led to my draft conclusion statement. So we could either dispense with this chapter 12 mission called chapter 12 conclusion. And I did that in one of my drafts. And just wrap these into the conclusions, because those are the issues that need to be addressed in the conclusion.
So you've written a conclusion.
I have, and I'm
incorporating
going to
these.
forward that tomorrow
Okay.
morning to Swati, and she's going to put it, you can drop it into this document as written.
Or the conclusions are, aren't the conclusions basically the goals and objectives and policies we already?
Yeah, they are.
Or are you suggesting that we
consistent
need-
with the
we need to
already
tweak
stated
those?
Goals, but there's a couple of them that might be a little bit leaning away from the existing goals or being stronger, the way the conclusion is written so far. And again, that's
You know,
a draft
and to
that I
me,
came up with the other day, and I appreciate your comments on that conclusion statement.
Okay.
Matt helped out a great deal with the multiple listing service data. Also, Matt, is that the citation under those graphs, does it need to say Selkirk MLS or?
Yeah, Selkirk, MLS.
Source, yeah.
Does it need the registered trademark after Selkirk? Easy to put in, but.
So multiple listing service. That's what I mean, if you want.
I mean, it says that now without Selkirk. It doesn't say Selkirk, it just says multiple listing service.
Oh, it should say Selkirk.
Should say.
Okay, because right, I believe it should. Then we talked about that this morning. I think we actually put it
Is
in.
that the one for Bonner County?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Does it include others in Bonner County?
I only done searches for Bonner County.
Yeah. So, and Swati has worked with those tables from the assessor's office for countless hours and got it down to, here's what is in unincorporated Bonner County. Here's the numbers, the other thing we're gonna do with those graphs, because the heading for that section that has the graphs about the houses and the trends and everything, and it says, like forecast or something, as it would be, that indicates looking forward. And so far, the graphs don't.
So how much time do you need for these other elements or things that you're saying you need a little more time for? I mean,
We think that they can be done in the next week, because then they can be put out to the public on that week ahead of the first meeting in April.
Well,
I
I mean,
think,
that,
no, it can't.
don't we, I mean, I would like to have a chance to,
Yes.
to read it before we
Well, right,
go to public
that's what I'm saying.
comment.
You got a
our
week.
work session.
Can you do it in a week?
Well,
Can you
what's
review it?
what's the hurry here?
It was not worried, but
No, I'm just trying to work out.
You're your own worst enemy here, so I'm trying to help you.
Okay.
even if the commission were to read the draft now, it's fairly complete. It's fairly complete.
Well, that's the problem. I don't like, no offense, and I don't know about everybody else, I don't like fairly. If I want to work on it and put an input in, I want it kind of like in its final draft form, because you might fairly change something that might reflect on my comment.
But when we solicit public comments, that might really change the comprehensive plan by component going forward, and that's why we solicit public comments.
Right. So you're suggesting that we set it for public comment?
I would suggest.
No.
I think my view is,
Not in a hearing, public comments in a workshop.
yeah, my view is, I'm more aligned with Mike. I think that this is a meaty enough topic that I think we ought to have a meeting with, it's just a workshop without public comment
Or, what? Yeah.
first.
Well,
Because it's a meaty comment. This is a meaty topic. And that's probably what we should plan maybe for the next meeting, 2 weeks from now. And then see how that goes, and assuming that goes reasonably well, then you could do a workshop with public comment the following meeting.
I mean, if you can get it out 3 or 4 days, or like the Thursday before the Tuesday we meet or something, or even Friday, I mean, if we know what's coming, we can do our thing. and be ready
I
for
think
Tuesday.
that's, I agree. We need to get a few days so we can look at it.
Sure.
So,
And then
So
if we,
right now,
because I think it makes more sense that we have, a draft that we're all comfortable with
Yes.
before we go to public comment.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, it doesn't look good
That's
if
why-
we're in front of the public going, wait a minute, we need to change
Yes.
this.
So All right, let's take the next 2 weeks then to review it.
Well, let's get a draft out.
In 10 days.
I thought it,
Pretty much, other than the conclusion is there.
This is there,
It's
this
on
is
the drive.
on there, Alan, what
Oh,
she's
on the
got
shared
on the
drive.
screen
But I
is right
think
on
But,
the drive.
trying to
but I'm
change
getting
something.
conflicting messages. I'm hearing you got another week's worth of work to do to make some final changes. Is that?
Let me show you what needs to be done.
Right, that's where I was going.
Except what is already there.
Okay.
So if we go back to the graph here,
No, we need numbers.
What page are you on?
let's see.
Start at the top.
Yes. So there is nothing in introduction that will change.
Okay, so that's good.
In county, in housing overview, these numbers will fill up for the cities. We have the unincorporated Bonner County numbers here.
All of that in that table is, on the left, is included in the assessor's data. On the right, I'm still getting from city planners the numbers that we talked about 2 weeks ago. What does that 1,700 mean? So here it is.
Well, do we expect to get those numbers?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm diligently trying. Claire Marley is going to provide within the next couple of days the ones for the cities that she represents. Brian Quayle, we had trouble getting hold of him, but
We'll know in 10 days.
yeah. So as we get that, but again, mainly it's numbers, so keep going, Swati. It's not that many things, but
So again, the text here is not going to change. It's all updated. This is Bonner County unincorporated numbers, all updated with 2020 census data. In housing occupancy, vacancy, and tenure, nothing in this chapter is changing. All data and text is updated here.
Where did this information come from?
it's all cited
Either
right there.
American Community Survey or census data,
Look at the
2020.
citation sources.
The sources are all listed here.
You guys.
So it's all 2020.
2020, 2023, 2021.
It's all
updated.
in the last 3 to 5 years.
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, that's the big issue that we were
5-year average and all that stuff.
struggling with, was to get it brought up to these
Right.
current numbers, which Swati
Right.
team's done. Excellent.
Housing conditions, age, nothing is changing in this chapter. Housing types, nothing is going to change in this chapter either. All
So
of
you
the-
already incorporated everything into this that was talked about at our last meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But
You're
this
real
is-
close
It's just,
Oh, yeah.
yes, that's what I'm trying to express. Everybody thinks we're, 85 miles away. We're about a quarter of
No,
a
we're
mile
not.
from home plate.
We're appreciating your work, trust me.
We're just that far.
I know. All right, well, get comfortable.
Almost.
Try to get comfortable.
Just almost.
So,
there.
keep going.
Housing density and distribution.
What's that?
So there is this number that I will verify. It's close to what the actual number will be, but I just need to verify that it meets the
And it
number.
doesn't change anything. The numbers are numbers, so it doesn't
Right.
change the intent of the program.
Correct.
To
It's
put the
not
correct
going to change
number.
the intent of the
Page 10.
text.
You know, 10 days from now or whenever we get this, if you still got some areas you're not sure about, just highlight them a certain way.
They are
Look at the
highlighted.
document.
Yeah,
Right, right.
I
see.
That's the document,
But
that's
what
on the
about
list.
you had a chart or two up there, I
Well,
thought.
if there's a blank in the chart, guess what? It needs data.
Okay, I guess I can figure that
That's
out.
the
Yeah.
only table that needs data.
Yeah,
All the
that's
other
the-
tables are updated.
Okay.
No, we like blank charts.
It's a baldy.
I'm just being a commissioner.
Okay.
I still think as a whole, we need to vote on a finished product before we put it out to the public. Just,
Well, you're right. I mean,
Well,
in our own
vote on
workshop,
it, but we'll all be comfortable with it.
say in our own workshop.
You got more?
Okay, let's move it
Goes
to.
on
But
and
that's
on.
okay.
Yeah, just keep rolling.
Keep going.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, chapter 6, again, that 49% is what I need to verify.
Right.
Chart is updated.
That's one of the prettier charts I think
I was
I've
gonna say,
ever
do you have any
seen.
other colors or?
Yeah.
I like that.
I was trying to keep it
Yeah, all that stuff.
monochrome, but then I had to use other things, so I added some colors.
So
I
this
like
one
it.
is directed to Matt.
Yeah,
That new number of median income household is $55,206.
it's updated, I will
How
just
does
change
that- How does that influence the numbers that you gave us before?
Yeah, Matt responded to all of those. He updated the numbers.
Oh, that's the numbers. Those are the
Yeah.
new numbers. Oh, so we can take the comments away.
Yeah, these are the new numbers in Matt's comments.
Oh, great.
Yeah, going from 51,000 to 55,000.
Wasn't much, but.
It does a little bit, but
But it's-
the one scary thing is when I talked to the lenders, we're at 6, we figured this at 6 3/4. Today it's at 6.89. And you said, hold your pants. They don't, they're expecting 8%. So
Well, you probably should have a footnote on there that this.
Right.
It's maybe it's already up there, I'm sorry if it is.
We have, there's enough places to see as of March 15, 2023.
Right.
So
Well, what
that
is it?
qualifies it.
Well,
I just want to know what the interest rate is. I don't care what it was.
6.75%.
Just say what
March
it is.
15.
Say what it is, but obviously the comment would be
It changes
that it changes all the
every
time.
couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The conclusion is going to say, this is a super dynamic situation
Mhm.
for housing in this county. Let's continue to
Super
monitor it, but for now, the goals and objectives that are in that component
wanna get a mortgage.
are pretty sound from when you look at this stuff, but this is definitely in support of those. It wasn't a back engineer.
You could give us a formula for how increases in interest rates affect housing prices, or?
Oh, yeah. Well, at 3% interest, which we were a year ago, it's $4.20 per $1,000 you need to finance. So for $100,000, it's going to be $420 at 3% for a 30-year mortgage. Today at 6 3/4, or last week at 6 3/4, that is $6.49 per 1,000. And so for every $100,000 went from, $420 a month to $649 a month. Just in that.
And that puts downward pressure on prices.
Oh, it hasn't.
It will eventually.
It might.
I think you got a different clientele up here that.
Boy, I don't know.
The other thing that is pointed out very strongly in this component is, even though there's all these parcels out there that are available and houses, a certain number of houses that have been selling, that's a fact, it still takes a willing seller to move parcels, whether they're occupied with a house or vacant. And so all that, the numbers are theoretical at best. We don't know
Have you seen the
what
inventory
pressure is
going
going to
now?
come on the existing
it's not going
landowners
up
to
that
turn
much.
over their parcels.
10 years from now, someone will be saying, who was writing this thing?
They're going to say, man, I really wish we had 6 3/4 interest still.
Yeah.
That would be back at the 80s when you were paying about 12.
That's right.
That's the danger of putting something in writing with numbers, because it's changing. And you have to just qualify it right off the beginning, so.
Right.
So anyway, housing needs, talks about it and references those old studies, which the conclusions are still valid. And here's the from the housing recommendations that were done, the task force. And again, the county staff said how these things, the county code provides for that, and it's still valid. There's nothing new. This is the only one that I added this almost editorial comment here about, because number 5 recommendation was extend public water and sewer systems. But I said, as we heard earlier today, those little districts out there either can't, they don't want to expand their system. They're to serve a certain development. The neighbors can come and beg and plead, please serve me. They can't. They got bylaws, they've got limitations, DEQ put limitations on them. No, they're not available for expansion. The vast majority of them, except for, like I said, Southside. They're a big enough district and they've got things wired now. They will be expanding. But even then, I will question whether they're going to go up the hill to Sagal proper and serve up there. I doubt it. Unless the board really changes on the south side water and sewer. They're interested.
So I see this housing
continuing
task
along
force
the-
was created by Sandpoint. We think that's,
Where are you now?
You can put those in your comments.
Page 14?
14?
You're going to say something and included a county commissioner.
It was an area thing. It wasn't just Sandpoint. It was agreed to that everybody in the community, the 4 cities, 5 cities, the county.
Well, I think it should say that then, not, because this looks like
Well, again,
the
that
city of
was-
Sandpoint did it and a
So the
commissioner.
other cities did participate?
Yeah, it was a community.
It'd be good to highlight
Urban
that.
area thing, and with County
So
involved,
Monterey could need over.
Monterey and Sandpoint plus Bonner County, so.
Well, it does, I agree with Alan here, it kind
Okay,
of,
so make that comment.
but
Change it right
we'll
now.
do that 10 days from now.
Well, make the comment, so it's in the record, so we can change it.
We'll make it. We'll make that
Very
comment.
good.
There you go.
Are you commenting, Alan?
Not tonight, but he will in 10 days.
No, he'll comment now.
No. All right, so moving
Okay,
on.
Keep going. Okay, let's scroll down.
We're chapter
to the
8.
next.
Oh. Zoom on, guys.
Uh-oh.
Because it's 8 o'clock.
You know what that means?
Yeah, pretty soon the lights are gonna go out.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't yet. Scroll. Chapter 8 housing program. So again, this came out of the old document. What various programs are there. It's good information, but it's not gonna lead to, much of anything as far as code. Because these are just available to individuals to go out and get help. But it's good information.
Where does it go again?
Bonner County Housing, Bonner Community Housing Agency is another one that was locally formed, and it helps with housing needs. I talked with the now present director, Crystal, and because in this old citation, we're gonna do this, we're gonna be, it's a very small dent that this agency can make in housing in Bonner County. I asked her specifically if they have anything going. Well, not yet, but we intend to. So it's one of those. So it could be very easily dispensed with a sentence. It's a very little impact on housing in the unincorporated part of the county. They want to get something going with more help for people who want to build or buy in the unincorporated part. So far, it's been mostly in the cities, just like Housing for Humanity.
You took that out, right?
Yeah,
Habitat for Humanity.
Habitat for Humanity. That's gone because it just didn't. It's
Well,
not
it's one
set up
house a
to
year.
help the county. And certainly not with numbers.
Okay, Chapter
let's
9?
see. Chapter 9. So this one, and I've got a new statement from Crystal, but I'll put that in and then we'll deal with it. All this is all about, so floodplain standards, development can occur in the floodplain, so SWATIs, I think you already looked at those numbers. To see if the acreages are present.
I do have to, so these numbers that are in red, I just need to verify that they are correct.
Okay. Yeah, and that's an easy task. Fire safety, again, talking about the urban interface, that's there. This map, this came out of, this is amazing. This came out of the updated hazardous area plan for all of Bonner County, which now includes, it's a community-wide document. For whatever reason, we did not even consult, even read through that document to update the hazardous component. It's got lots of information that should have been included in our component.
In the
We approved it. Yep.
Well, we're not there yet.
Yeah, we
Oh,
are.
it's done.
It's already been approved by
accepted.
the commissioner.
Yeah. Which? The hazardous
Hazardous
areas.
areas, I
Hazardous
did it.
areas and special sites. It's gone. And unfortunately, we didn't see that this was there.
Well, could we amend it? Or is it
Yeah,
necessary?
Sure, we're not done. So Doc, what does that map?
That is the wildland urban interface.
That's everything in
Yes.
Bonner County.
Yeah, just like, except for, just like the assistant chief or whoever he is in West Fire District said. It is, it's everything right down to the city limits, including, that shows that it includes the city limits.
Yeah.
It does.
The only thing it doesn't include is the state and federal lands, it looks like.
Yeah. So.
So what do we do with that?
It's correct.
Even though
And that's, there it is.
So
They're urban there?
What's the import of that?
From a fire standpoint, and keep going down, keep going down,
So why is this in housing?
keep going down. No, okay,
Because it addresses fire safety.
the code already says when you are in the wildland urban interface, you shall, with a building location permit, do A, B, C, D. So again, it's just justifying. Fire safety, there it is.
Doesn't that really belong in public services?
Yeah. Well, no. This is the homeowner's responsibility. Wildland urban interface, it's homeowners. Site protection, everything else. It's
Depends
already
on
covered
space.
in the code. I'm just putting this in there because it's important to housing. So, see right there. To address some of these risks, Bonner County requires all subdivision applicants to provide risk assessment and develop feasible, defensible space fire plan, fire and emergency access, and so forth. So that's all part of, but that's all relative to developing property and putting housing out there.
Okay.
So, okay, paging down. There's one more section,
Yes,
chapter 9.
Probably a requirement for everything that's built in those areas. Housing or,
What else is built out there? Housing. Housing. Fair housing compliance, again, this was that thing that I talked about earlier, but it showed, the staff showed that if it was to be imposed on the county or taken on, we're already there.
Okay.
What was I talking about?
Chapter 11.
yeah, I made that comment there because I couldn't remember that's in current, if that was back in 96. If you had a non-conforming structure that burnt down, it was going to mean 50% of the replacement cost, you weren't, they're going to let you not allowed to build it. But I don't know if that was in the prior code.
Oh, my.
It's not in the current code.
It's not current, okay. And that's why I put, I perhaps is no longer in this code.
So does that get struck? Okay, zoom, gone. Delete comment, delete that bullet.
Or strike it, I don't know what.
Well, we're not, this is an existing document, approved document.
Okay, housing trends and projections.
Okay, so this is a good point of discussion, projections. We can, using Excel spreadsheet, we can make trends out of data points. That's just a function, and we can make projections out of data points. It'd be nice to have a whole lot more data points, but we don't, but you can still make projections, high, medium, and low projections. I think we should. Just that, I mean, this was all about the future. What do we expect? What are we thinking is going to happen?
Are there projections in here?
My own opinion is I think you're going to see a significant change in the near
Right.
future
So
into
that's
what
why
the
the
recent trends
conclusions-
have been.
The conclusion is that,
But-
okay, we made projections, however, it's been so dynamic that we really need to come back here
Well,
in a year to well within 5 years.
That to me is
These are affected by circumstances beyond our control,
Yeah.
such as
Right.
interest rates or
Right.
a war or
All kinds of,
whatever. So,
so therefore,
I mean, you put a disclaimer in there, I suppose, but
I like the recommendation. I mean, particularly given the significant growth we've seen over the recent few years, I think certain elements of this plan, we need to come back and revisit, perhaps even annually.
Yeah.
But not the whole thing, it's not
At
a
least-
complete rewrite, but this one in particular,
At
we probably
least.
need to come back
So
and look at it every
a
year.
method of doing that I've seen other places is you just have the staff pull up the recent numbers. You know, this is why we had Milton just tell us all the time, what's going on with BLPs? What's
Right.
going on with land divisions? What indication do we get? Wait a minute, we need to therefore go look at figure. So these graphs right here, they're very, very revealing what they're showing, but let's make some projections. And that's
Okay.
easy to do with Excel.
We're going to do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we need to have a debate about which way we think the world is going?
Going to hell.
So
We know
this-
now.
This one, building location permits, you know, that's all gonna be graphed out as well. It's coming, so that'll be inserted.
that's
here
building
this week.
location permits?
Yep.
Are we gonna be able to have a breakdown showing
Yes,
single family?
Homes versus other stuff?
that's, we just discussed that this morning. I mean, there's X number of building location permits, X minus this, and that gives you the three categories that we can look at. So here's that issues thing. Either we keep
And,
this as issues or we boil it into the conclusion statement.
I would vote from a stylistic standpoint if this is the only component so far that has an issues blown out like this, that it be folded into the conclusions.
It's easy to do. I mean, obviously, those are set statements, but they could be expanded a little bit into discussion about.
Do we have conclusions in our other components?
No.
These are,
These are-
I think in some of the other components, we don't have a chapter named for conclusions, but we have written conclusionary statements.
But some of them that.
you know what,
certainly
we'll have that discussion when we have our work session.
Yeah. So this is what the proposed one back in 15 had this in there for essentially data and action. But we decided not to, I'm going to look at those again for the conclusion statement, and that's partly what I built it on. I'm going to forward that conclusion statement. I'll look at it again tomorrow and work on it.
Okay.
Well, whenever
Look
you
at
get
my
time.
calendar.
Whenever you get time.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be in Coeur d'Alene tomorrow. As soon as I can, I'll include that with a little bit more workup. Swati has updated all the references, which is tremendous. And the appendix has all the tables that the graphs were built on before. So rather than having all that stuff up embodied, and we're going to put a note in there, I think we already did, it said if you want to see the data behind these graphs, go to the appendix.
So you should just have a reference in the chart.
Yeah. Well, they support the. graphs.
See table, so and so.
So is our timeline and things still current then with this little change? We're still in
We
that.
didn't put this in place beyond today.
That's
So
why I was asking
the
the
4th
question.
of April could be another closed workshop.
So we'll get an update on our,
Well, I guess the other question is, what else do we have planned for next meeting?
Are we done, are we done with this for now?
Yeah, that's
why you're sure.
Okay, well, let's discuss the next meeting. So we've got this coming back. What else do we have?
You know, on that public services, we're still, they're just, you know, there's like 143 different agencies, if you will. You know, Northern Lights, Avista, Southside Water, all these, 143, I think we only had like 6 or 7 respond.
Yeah. We got 9 now.
We got 9 now?
It's like a 15% increase.
Yeah, right.
We did give them a deadline of around now, late March. So do you want us to follow up with an additional email, like, hey, timeline passed?
Well, and I did.
Can you respond?
I got ahead and sent to Lake Pend Oreille, east of the Lake Pend Oreille School District. And I asked them, well, what are the projections, what are the numbers of the kids in the schools and the trends? And nothing. They won't respond to me.
I've got that. It's in the school
I
facilities.
sent to Becky and she CC'd, when she sent the other one, I CC'd both those folks too. Nothing.
Was it back then?
I don't remember.
So, yeah, all that stuff's in the school facilities.
so you're putting housing in.
School facilities.
It lists all the.
Do we need anything else?
All the enrollments at the various schools.
We have agriculture and
All
economic
three
development for going for a public hearing.
Current, but not the trends.
We haven't done a public hearing on.
But they
on
can
those?
tell us what they've been.
Oh, we've noticed it.
And that's in.
So what about public?
But the trends are not there, just the current.
She's gonna put those in.
But the districts themselves do not.
Yeah, reading
All they do is look at the present enrollment.
Which one?
They don't say, you don't.
Economic is next meeting
But
after
it-
that?
This year, we'll finish next year. We're gonna base next year's projection on this year's, we think, and then they also keep track of how many families have come to them and said, we're moving away, we're not gonna be here next year. Or the people coming in, yep, we need to register our kids. So that's their projection, both districts. I was blown away.
Okay, so we didn't notice economic development. Is that why we're moving it?
Right.
we have agriculture for public hearing next, in the next meeting, and then housing, do you want it to be just for the,
Yeah.
the commission's discussion?
Yes. And do we have any of the remaining components, any of those ready for just our discussion? Like
Not yet.
public services,
Not-
natural resources?
Natural resources?
Well, it's.
So what do we have
it's
left?
Published and it's on the shared drive for comments, right?
Housing?
No, natural resources.
No, we still have to look into it, and we have.
Oh, that's right, because you had to update all the information, because that was my first
Yeah.
comment, yeah, okay.
And I've been hogging all over time.
Okay. Well,
Okay, is there anything else we're going to have on that meeting?
well, for the next meeting, I think housing will probably be a lively discussion, so.
Well, if, with all the changes and everything, we've got a complete document to look at, and hopefully there wouldn't be any more changes, but.
The goal being getting it out for public comment
Right.
after next.
Right.
So which
on the
components already gone to the county, to the
Let's
board?
not have it on
Go to the
any
next
more.
Okay.
Whoa.
Let us be.
I think it's that knob there behind, the white, two white knobs on the back there can be turned down.
No, she had her mic on.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Doubled. If you go to the far right, that components should be up there, right?
What do you mean by, had to find that gone to the board? They voted on it, or
Yes.
that we've just sent it to them?
Know that they've actually gone ahead and voted on it.
It's been voted on.
So these are the ones that have already been voted on it. Implementation, property rights, recreation, community design, hazardous areas, special areas or sites.
If you go to the next
So the
tab.
yellows, they have, they're there out there on their
Well, it
table.
looks like,
This Thursday.
so are you finding with those approvals, any, well, I guess you guys have been attending, or someone's been attending, because we had that discussion last week. The board getting comfortable with
It's still
this board? Huh?
Hard to say.
Well, I was, what?
Depends on the
Commissioner,
day
just give me some, just say, yeah, vote.
and the mood.
Some of them, so far, they've just gone, okay, fine.
We need to watch a couple of these
I don't
meetings,
think
Mike.
so.
It's,
They get more and more persnickety.
Yeah, I've read a little bit, so.
yeah.
So we did add the one step to their process, which is hold a workshop with, inviting the planning commission to ask you guys questions. We didn't notice that as open to public comment in my board update meeting last week. I asked them to review that process as a document. Say, hey, is there anything else you guys want from us to help you guys become more comfortable with the amount of public comment, the process and like how to adopt these components? And they indicated some changes, or they want us to revisit the list of what agencies we're noticing, but they didn't add any additional steps on their side for additional public comment, or additional workshops, or anything like that. So they like the idea of meeting with the planning commission. They want to ask questions about the component, review it, and then take it to a hearing.
So are they going to do that for every
Our last-
component?
Yeah.
Our last
Going
meeting,
forward?
but I think we said
That's what they told me.
for the planning commission to meet with them, we were
How are they
designating
gonna
the
do
chair and vice chair
Oh, yeah.
versus us just showing up.
Well, unless, and certainly, if the person who walked through the component wants to be at one of the Board of Commissioners meetings to talk about it if possible, please.
How are the logistics for that going to work? Are we going to go to one of their meetings, or are they going to come to one of our meetings, or is it going to be another meeting between us and them?
Can we have another meeting?
It's just a workshop for them to ask questions. So.
But I guess I'm asking the logistics.
Sure.
Again, we going to go to one of their regular meetings, or are they going to come to one of our regular meetings, or is it a new meeting?
No, they don't come down.
They
go up.
Yeah, you have to go to the third floor.
I mean, just for your information, I think the last workshop they had lasted about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that's why
Very
we
short.
said we're just
And
designating.
most of that
the chair
was Don.
Or vice chair.
Okay, so let me ask another clarifying question. They're not asking for the whole planning commission then?
No.
Whomever wants to attend, but
Representatives of.
Okay.
yeah, what we'd like is if you were the main drafter of this to show up, or if Alan, he's chair. right?
We had this discussion last
That's a
time, I
valid
think.
concept, because, yes, the main drafter got it here, but then we went
Yep.
through as a
Everybody,
full commission and then made the recommendation. So I think, again, that's why we said chair, vice chair.
Well, I mean, it's not an individual's component, it's the commission's
Right,
component.
So,
Yeah, that takes the.
Okay.
And just for a comment, apparently, if these open meetings are becoming an issue, better schedule it that in case 3 or 4 of us show up, we have a quorum.
I think what I'll do
Yeah, we don't-
moving forward, I'm going to get Bill to review the agenda and make sure that we notice it correctly, that, there may, like, select, or members of the planning commission may be in attendance, or maybe we'll just advertise it as a joint meeting. I don't know. I'm going to get his view on it, because I don't want to say, okay, we're advertising it as a planning commission meeting and only 3 people show up, therefore we don't have a quorum and we can't move forward. But it's not a decision-making meeting, right? It's a workshop in which you're discussing a future item that the board is deciding on, right? So all of this is after you've held a hearing and made a recommendation.
Oh, any other business we can take care of here?
I just have some other updates for you.
Just that the next workshop with BOCC is going to be on 6th of April for population and public airport facilities, so if you want to attend, 1:30 p.m.
March 21st, that's.
No,
today.
April 6th.
Is today the 21st? No, it's 20.
Today's the 21st.
March 22nd, the board is going to be hearing.
They have a hearing tomorrow. They
Okay,
have a workshop on April 6th.
okay.
I don't think we need to be there, do you?
Tomorrow? I don't think so. You attended a workshop about those same components already, so that's the one that lasted 5 minutes. I mean, feel free to attend if you
You could
like.
always zoom in.
Alan, if you want to go, I won't be available.
I think that's the only thing on
I'll
the
be
agenda
doing
tomorrow.
Florida.
I love meetings.
Oh, I know you do.
He does.
Okay, well,
I have a couple other updates for you. I'm back from Thailand, if you don't know. So I was
You were in
gone for-
Thailand?
I was gone for about 2.5 weeks in Thailand. That's why I wasn't here the last couple meetings. So
We
don't go to
missed
Thailand this
Are
time.
you on
again.
vacation?
this time of year.
I wouldn't go any time of year. I don't know. It was interesting, interesting idea. Stuff we're working on was very high level Army stuff. So a lot of, like, 22 nations gathered together. So it was a big conglomeration. So anyways, that's where I was in case you guys noticed I
interesting,
was
that's a
gone.
code word.
Welcome to Randy again. So he was appointed this morning, and then Jake Weimer was appointed to the zoning commission. So now we have 2 full commissions, right? Planning and zoning. We have some new staff members. Have you guys met Alex? He was the guy sitting next to me during most of the hearings. So he's one of our new planners. He's been here about a month, a little over a month. And then we have a new permit tech named Kyle, who started last week. And he's still here, so we'll keep him. He keeps coming back to work, so we'll keep paying him, right? The comp plan update process, as I mentioned, the board saw that last week. They liked, made a couple small changes, but that's just on the staff side, nothing for you guys. I stepped out, I put it in steps, and this is on the county website. It's just on the comp plan process on the comp plan page. Try to line it out as to the steps that you guys have decided, or the commission's decided that you want to take in updating the comp plan components. So work through the different types of workshops. There was a lot of confusion, especially last summer, as to why isn't this open to public comment. So I tried to explain that. Feel free to review it. If there's any other changes, let me know.
It's under comp plan process?
Yeah. So on the comp plan page, on the landing page, we have all the different drafts of everything. Right near the top, underneath the agendas, there's a link for it. It's just a PDF.
Okay.
Coming before this commission is going to be a legislative AM/ZC file. And it's only ZC because we don't have a ZD file. We're establishing zoning on some de-annexed property from City of Priest River.
Yeah.
So there was a moratorium placed back in December. We held a couple of workshops with the board as far as like, how should we apply for this? So it was a good opportunity for them. We kind of use it as a training opportunity for the new commissioners, right? Like, okay, what do we look at for criteria? From there, we noticed the neighbors for a workshop, and we held a workshop with them with a number of the landowners. There's one major landowner that owns about 80%, I'd say, of the land. And kind of from there came up with the application process. So this is a legislative, usually you guys wouldn't see a ZC file, but given the scope and that we're the applicants, we decided it's a legislative file, so therefore this board will make a recommendation. So
Yes, as part of that, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the maps, back of my memory, there's like an island that is RV
Yep.
zone. Am I correct?
Yeah, so we're including in that some comp plan designation changes to match the R5 zoning that was like an island zone, to change the comp plan designation underneath it to match the R5.
For some reason, I thought some of that was rural service center or something, or
No,
recreation.
so it's all resort community comp plan designation. The vast majority of it is. So we analyzed that. We'll get to it with the hearing. I just
I
wanted
was
to
just
give you
saying
a
it'd be
heads
a
up.
great spot for a gas station. Sorry.
Took the words right
We
out
did
of my
bring
mouth.
up rural service center, and the board didn't like that idea. So
Right next to-
Do we have a code amendment too coming up?
Yes, probably in the next month. I need to get the notice sent out for it. It's kind of a fix-it style code, so it's similar to the last one that I brought forward. Just a number of small changes, inconsistencies, and process changes to vest it in code. And then there's this April 17th meeting that I believe one of the commissioners is holding. So I know that she's mentioned it to our staff. I haven't got an email, or she hasn't mentioned it to me, Commissioner Williams.
She's mentioned it to me.
Okay.
And Matt and Dawn.
Okay. So I'll see if I can get more information and send an email out about that.
The last time that I talked with Commissioner Williams about it, she said the intent of it is to talk about, not do anything about, but talk about public involvement and the comp plan. So it's more process, so everybody can understand it, than it is to change it or do something with it. It's more just to talk, to go over with everybody in the room. And I don't know who the audience is. That's the only thing I don't know.
I don't know.
We'll
She
find
knows
out.
who the
Well,
audience
I
is.
can give up my seat if someone wants more public involvement, so do it that way.
Anyway, that's on the 17th at from 10 to 1.
Did you say April or March?
April. Yeah, we're past March 17th.
Oh, yeah, that's true, we are.
We're in the
It
spring,
is.
believe it or not.
Yeah.
I think the first day of spring was
Today, yesterday.
today, yesterday?
Formally today, it was 2 o'clock this morning.
Anything else?
Yes, one last thing. There was, I think 2 weeks ago, I was out of town when this happened, but there was so one of the commissioners invited a member of the public to present an idea for a text amendment. So they considered that. The motion was to essentially send it to the planning commission to review. The advice I got was essentially, they didn't give a time frame as to which, they wanted you guys to review this. It's 12-333. It's when it comes to recreational vehicle parks and campgrounds. I discussed it with the board a little bit more last week during my board update. We came up with some other ideas or got some kind of clarification on that motion. And essentially, they want you guys to hold a workshop sometime. So if it's up to you guys on when you want to do that. I would suggest we also review 12-497 RV parks campgrounds and look at the standards. I'd also invite you to go back and listen to that presentation a couple of weeks ago at the board. It was just a Tuesday morning board meeting, and it was probably about a 20-minute discussion about it. So if you want to add it as a workshop item next week, otherwise I would just say have a discussion about it as to when you want to address.
So it's a workshop leading to what?
A potential Title 12 code amendment.
Is that going to come before us?
It would be your application.
Yeah, we would recommend.
So the suggestion is we have an open-ended workshop with nothing, not a draft or anything to put on the table to talk about?
What they said is they wanted you to review that code to see if changes were needed.
My understanding is that they wanted, the discussion was that the public, anyway, wanted to eliminate RV parks in all land use areas except for.
Ag Forest
It was
Forest and
rural.
Rural was a presentation, but the motion was just to.
It wasn't clear.
Well, the motion just was to send, to have the planning commission, oh man, I wish I had it written down, my apologies. But to have the planning commission review the code, that code section.
We tell them we're too busy with the comp plan update, and we'll get to it.
Like I said, it's up to you on when you want to schedule that workshop or when you want to.
I mean, we're going to come to talk about land use, which that would be a part of that element, or maybe there, recreation, I don't know, it depends how you want to look at it. Is that a legitimate answer that we'll deal with it in due course as we work through the comp plan? I mean, we're almost to the point, probably, I'm guessing, where we're going to start talking about land use pretty soon here. We're working all the
So
other.
there wasn't a
off.
specific project that they had in mind?
It was review code section 12-333 rec vehicle parks campgrounds. And when I discussed
To
it
what
last
end?
week in my update was, I suggested we also look at given kind of the complaint, we also should look at the standards, and maybe there's an adjustment to the standards that could be made rather than just prohibit it outright in a couple of zones. So at least I got kind of a head nod from the two commission members that were at my board update meeting, saying, okay, that would make sense. Again, have the planning commission review us. Okay, so I would say when we get to that, we advertise it as a workshop and
Yes.
review that. Yeah.
I don't understand.
So in the notice of that workshop, will you have some kind of a summary from staff as to what we're talking about? So the public knows that?
So typically staff proposes the changes, right? I want to get away from that, especially when we're drafting new regulations, because this commission makes legislative recommendations, right? So what I would rather do is hold a workshop, invite public comment. I'm sure if we tell them we're talking about this code section, you'll get a number of folks here. And from that, come up with a draft, work it through a draft, then staff will do an analysis of that, right? And then we hold our hearing, and you make a recommendation to the board, and then they hold their hearing.
So essentially, maybe the suggestion is that we kind of start with that public comment that they heard. And we hear that and whatever other comments the public has about those particular areas of the code and go from there and decide if we need to do anything.
The interesting part about this is that the Title 12 already allows for public, like members of the public to
And make
propose.
and it's happened before.
And it does.
In my time.
It is costly on staff time for analysis. That's why I don't want staff to spend a whole bunch of time on this, because it's a request from a member of the public. They went through the board. It's kind of this weird route of like, I don't want to pay the application fee to have staff do a full analysis on it, so I'm going to go to a board member. That board member then routed it.
I know.
And the motion was to have you guys work on it. So I haven't been directed by the board to work on it. They want you guys to work on it. Does that make sense? I hate to be so blunt on this, but.
We'll just get back to them when we get time, we'll work on it.
So I guess the question is, do you want to add it to your next meeting or not?
No.
And if not,
Here's a suggestion, maybe. Would it make sense to schedule that workshop as part of the process that we're going to get in here soon when we start to look at land use? And say,
This is certainly part of it.
we know the public has some concerns about it, apparently, about this particular issue, so.
Well, I think what they're looking at, though, is actually for a text change, not just a comp.
I know that, I understand that,
But
but
it's all part of it.
yeah, I mean, the way I think of this whole thing conceptually is that the comp plan should drive what the code says, right?
Yeah.
And we're getting ready to make big changes to the comp plan potentially, of what, and part of that could impact RV parks, what we decide to do about RV parks. So would it be acceptable to say, as part of our work on land use, when we get to land use, we'll have that workshop?
I think what we discussed in the past was that we would update all the comp plan components, right? From there, we would review Title 12, specifically Chapter 3, right, when it comes to uses, and see if there's any text in that governing chapters, right, that needs to be updated based on the new goals and policies and objectives of the comp plan, and then the update of the text. So, I mean, if you want to wait until we're done with the text of the components to draft,
No, but this issue may be addressed in the text and in the goals, policies, and objectives, right? I don't know.
I know there's some things that we're required to do, or, through you, or a hearing, or whatever, but these other things like this, the more conceptual things, I concur with what Dave is saying, and it kind of disrupts the flow of what we're trying to do with the comp plan, which is our first priority and charge. And I mean, I just don't see, if we let this in, then there's going to be something else, and then all of a sudden our comp plan starts fragmenting a little bit, or taking second seat. So that would be my justification to say they'll get to it when They have time, or you wouldn't say that.
I'm willing
I
to
think
take your
what you
guys'
got to
direction
do,
on this, so.
Jake, is I think you should tell them that that's kind of the feeling of the commission, and to see whether they have any problem with that.
That
Could also
comp plan's
be-
our first priority,
Just like we're,
plow through it.
just like we're doing the comp plan components. If one of us wants to take on looking at that code section to do the first review from our standpoint and then bring it to, so that we get that part done.
Are you volunteering?
Well, I'm thinking I've got, I've done the housing component now. It's almost finished. The only other one that, we don't have it up anymore. Case law and the code itself, the LUPA, says you must include these components or verify why you don't. So we still have to deal with the national corridor, electric corridor thing. It was barely dealt with back in 2005, but there's a good 1 or 2 paragraphs can dispense with that. I was going to take a swat at that because those things are already set. The whole reason, there's a reason behind why that was put in, and that's gone. So I can do that, but I could look at that section of the code as well, just take a
Well, let's see,
shot
let's
at
see
it.
what, let's see, in your update, why don't you just say that, we'll look at that when we get to the land use component and see whether they have any problem with that.
Yeah, I can.
My next
That's
update
coming up
isn't
time.
until
We
the
take a
second
look
week
at
of
it.
next month. It's a monthly update with them, so I can let them know.
All right, anything else?
To that meeting, though.
Anything else?
If you have-
Yeah,
No,
which
that's
one
all I
was it?
have.
It was one of the Tuesday meetings.
All right, well,
3 meetings ago, maybe?
that being the case, we're going to
We
adjourn
could
this
go
meeting
Tuesday.
until
Okay,
April
going wrong.
4th
All right.
at 4:30 at 1500 Highway 2, first floor, third floor,
First floor, I think.
first floor?
1,500
Hot seat?
Here in the building.
courthouse.
No, it's in the